Okay, I think we're here for Seaside Summer Marina Day 8. What do you think about this, S'mores? Are you ready to get into the set for today? We have Persona versus Frongfin, I believe, coming out here for the semifinals.
Yes, we do. Yeah, I mean, I just came off from watching some of these teams yesterday in the quarterfinals match, and I was just very impressed with the way they played. And so now we're getting closer and closer here to the final matchup. But first, we have to take care of the semifinals matchup for today, and one of them is going to be Persona versus Frogfin. Two teams we're quite familiar with at this point.
Oh yes, I've seen some of the matches, just like you. Haven't got to see them all, but man, it was not easy getting all the way up here into the final 4 teams, I believe, here. I mean, these teams had to battle their way up to this point, facing challenging after challenging opponents. So I'm really curious to see what teams will be moving on to the finals here.
Agreed. So I guess it's important that we give a bit of context between these two teams. So to start off with Persona, they've had quite an interesting journey so far. They took BYD down, then Future, and then Disco Ducks to make it all the way here. Some very formidable teams. Meanwhile, for Team Frogfin, they did beat Amy, WWW, and FNE, especially Amy and FNE, pretty close matches from my memory. So very impressive from their side.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are just strong members of each team here, which I'm just really excited to see who's going to come out on top here in the end. And then of us, obviously, with our set later, who we'll see go to the finals. Agreed.
And honestly, I do think, if we're going to look into this matchup, I will say Persona is kind of at a bit of a disadvantage. I do think that a lot of people are very familiar with Frogfin, but I don't think the same can be said with Persona here. But I think they have a lot to prove. They made it to the semifinals for a reason here. And so definitely, I think this match is going to be a lot more closer in general, as we are going to be seeing, seems as if the map is going to be Ever Sleeping Town, and the survivors are going to be from the side of Rival first, going up against Persona's Hunter.
Right, exactly. I mean, like you said there, it's no secret that Team Frogfin does have a majority of the members from Team Rivals in it, which is considered to be one of, if not the strongest team on NAU. So like you said, Persona does have quite the disadvantage here, but they have proven themselves getting this far. The question is, can they prove themselves just a little bit more, taking down one of the top NAU teams and making it to the finals here? Let's see, starting things off with a Seer and Antiquarian band here from the side of the Persona Hunter.
Yep, relatively conventional bans here for the side of Team Persona. And for Team Persona, I mean, beating Frogfin is definitely going to be a huge deal for them. So, I mean, a lot of pressure on them to potentially try and perform in this tournament here. We did see last time, I believe they played the opera singer in the first round when they went against Team Future. So I'm not sure if they're going to be trying to go for that again, as we do see Rival is going to be hovering on that mechanic as well as the forward.
I'm actually really excited to see that forward pick here. As somebody who really likes watching harassment, I'm very excited to see the forward. The mechanic, obviously, one of the current strongest survivors in the game. If you don't target her down, her Cypher Rush is going to be just so incredibly fast. And especially against Goatman and Hullabaloo, who are considered to be 2 of the strongest hunters right now, she actually matches up pretty positively into them. But Opera Singer might be a little bit harder, so if they do pick that Opera, Mechanic and Forward might not have the easiest time here, S'mores.
Yeah, agreed. And with this Novelist pick, it does give them a bit of more support there alongside the forward. But yeah, I mean, Opera Singer is still very much playable in this round, especially since a lot of them don't have the tools to deal with her. As we do see, Meteorologist gets banned, which is another relatively decent ban for Opera Singer. So from the looks of these just bad picks so far, it does feel like the Hunter's leaning towards the Opera Singer pick once again.
Exactly here. Looks like Frongfin will be completing their set of characters here with an acrobat pick. Now, something I find to be quite interesting is that they're going to be using forward most likely as their priority rescue. There is no gravekeeper or first officer, which tends to be a priority pick rescuer here in round one. So maybe Frogfin has changed up the strategy here. Might go with a tide on the novelist, maybe a tide on the acrobat, maybe the forward too. I highly doubt we'll see something like that on the mechanic, but looking at the rescue build and the flywheel tide from the novelist, we might be seeing so a couple tide turners here from the forward and the novelist.
Agreed, and I do think they're probably going to still run at least 2 tide, if not 3 tide actually, and maybe forgo the borrowed time for some of these characters. But yeah, I mean, we do see Roland looks to be on flywheel tide, at least that's the name of the persona. Not sure if it's gonna be flywheel tide though.
You never know.
Because I've like seen some survivors name flywheel tide and all of a sudden there's just broken windows and I'm like, what? But yeah, I mean, it does make a lot of sense if novelist or acrobat is to bring flywheel ties, though it does seem as if Frogfin, which is the acro here, is going to bring broken windows. But hold on a second, that is going to be a Wu-Chang from the side of the hunter. Quite a daring pick here.
Yeah, this is not what I was expecting to see at all. I mean, this is going to be really tricky for, again, Wu-Chang here. I mean, he does have a lot of weaknesses as a hunter. I mean, we have seen him slightly being more played in terms of competitive matches like IVL and official tournaments. We have seen Wu-Chang actually get decent results. I believe we even saw Fafa IDV playing Wu-Chang on this map here yesterday. So maybe these hunters are starting to see something with this character that maybe we're not seeing just yet.
The one thing to note, though, is that match with Fafa IDV playing Wu-Chang, I believe, was a loss, or was a tie. I'm not actually 100% sure. I think it was a loss, though.
I think it was a loss, unfortunately, due to the side of the mechanic.
Definitely a lot of pressure here on the side of the hunter for Persona. And I do think, though, one thing that he really has to know is he needs to pressure the ciphers here. That was something that Fafa wasn't able to do during his stint as Wu-Chang yesterday. But here, a chance to potentially rewrite the story. Here we have seen, as you've mentioned, Wu-Chang has seen some play specifically in IVL from TZYM, who is an S-Badge Wu-Chang. So now here, trying to prove whether that is a fluke or not. And we have seen some other hunters pick up Wu-Chang as well. So definitely not the most out of their pick there. But definitely going to be very interesting as we're going to be heading right into this match.
Exactly. It needs to be said there is also only a single borrowed time here coming out from Team Frogfin. Everybody else rocking some form of flywheel, broken window, or knee-jerk reflex, I should say, and tide turner. Only that acrobat is going to have that borrowed time. So I mean, that's going to be good if he has to go for some late game rescue before the pop, but it's going to be a little dangerous in other situations lacking that borrowed time. But then again, it tends to happen a lot in round one where you really don't want that borrowed time. You really want to just maximize that survivability, add on as many tide turners as you see fit, just to give you enough time to make it to that end game, especially when you're fearing something like a goat man.
Yep, and we're going to be heading right into this match now. We are going to be seeing, I think, Wu-Chang is going to try to immediately go for the teleport here on green. Does put out the umbrella already and actually goes for a teleport. Mechanic luckily manages to get the pallet drop right on time, but I don't think he's actually dropped the doll just yet. There we go, though, tries to use it as a body block and successfully does so. So green's going to be able to stall a bit more time here and drop the second pallet.
Right, that was a great start for both players. I mean, the Wu-Chang instantly teleporting nearly on top of green, and green managing to get that body block, like you said. But that also means that the instance from the Wu-Chang is about to be charged up here. We'll be getting the second body block with the bot here, but I don't know how much longer green will be able to last now that the Wu-Chang has presence to work with here.
Yeah, does manage to get that pallet mind game despite the Bell coming in clutch here for the Wu Chang. We are going to see Green still has 2 pallets to kind of work with here. Does drop one of them. I do think he's going to finally take a hit. Flywheel doesn't seem to have worked there, but unfortunately, it missed there from the Wu Chang. Forced to use the Bell for at least one of the hits here. And we do see that Blink is very much ready, but Forward is also here, ready to potentially go for a bit of harass. We do know for a fact that he has insolence, so this last hit's probably going to give him the max presence, but a pallet stun there is going to be able to stall a bit more time here for Green as they are popping 2 ciphers here. So good stuff so far from Green, but unfortunately he is officially going to be going down.
Right, I mean, that was an amazing kite from Green, this mechanic here. The only thing that I can think of that might be bad about this is that this Wuchang is now at full presence, which is, you know, could start the comeback mechanic here for Team Persona, but for Frogfin, they got to be wary of the fact that full presence is available, and so is the trait. They do not know what this trait is just yet. We will see the Forward trying to get Soul Siphon here. Will he be able to flywheel it? He does flywheel successfully, and now we'll come into the rescue here. Just going to rescue in the animation here. Will we see the blink? Or will we see harassment? We will no blink at all just yet. Okay.
Yeah, deciding to hold on to this trait, yet just giving Forward a bit of a hard time trying to guess what this trait potentially could be. Good news for the survivors is that these ciphers are really pushing here. So for the Wu Chang, we do know for a fact that the mechanic doesn't have borrowed time, and that might be crucial to potentially trying and turn this game around, because from the looks of it, this is looking like potential tree escape scenario, though he does look like he's going to be chairing here actually near one of the ciphers, albeit they're already kind of decoding the cipher here at middle. We are going to see, though, they're probably going to be able to pop it as he is going to be staying here.
Right, and they can probably easily get this rescue, at least if there's 2 people nearby, but that last cipher is going to be that island cipher. So with the Wu Chang being pretty close nearby to it, it actually seems like that. No, they won't be going for the cell. Interesting. I guess the Forward is here acting as bait. Not entirely sure what the game plan there was, but I can only assume the Forward was there to act as bait.
Yeah, they do get the Forward down here, and now he's actually going to make the switch to Roland. So playing very aggressively, he does manage to get the Soul Siphon on Roland. They're forced to use a book, but this is going to be one hit here. Unfortunately, Flywheel coming in clutch here for the side of the Novelist, but that's going to be the hit now. We are going to see Green is going to be opening the chest while Roland is trying to stall a bit more time here.
Exactly. I think it was really interesting that Roland attempted to go for that Novelist pallet stun trick there. Unable to get it though due to the Soul Siphon from the Wu Chang, and actually ended up finally using his trait, revealing what the trait was after all this time. So this is in a pretty big 50-50 spot, since most of these survivors outside of Frogfin are now injured here, and the last cipher is at 82. Scratch that, all survivors are once again injured, so no rescues can really happen here, especially with the Ford being at very, very low football. They're going to have to find a way to get that last cipher done while also healing up. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it in time without maybe making some sacrifices here, especially since Wu Chang will chair the Novelist right next to that primed cipher.
Yeah, and it does seem as if this mechanic is trying incredibly hard to find a mechanic doll or a syringe. It does seem as if he's found one at this point here, because, or no, apparently it does seem as if they're actually just healing up instead. And we do see Green finally gets healed up, so not as much of a liability here on the field because he is dead on chair. Forward is potentially going for the rescue, and Frogfin's already working on a new cipher, but he does see Green from all the way on the other side of the map, as we are going to see here, tries to go for the hit, but that perfume is going to give a bit of time here. Great flywheel from Green. He's doing a good job stalling additional time here for the survivors. Keep in mind, he doesn't have borrowed time here, so he is going to take a first hit now. We are going to see he's going to be trying to rotate it away. This bell is going to be very crucial to trying to get the down. We do see the bell does take a hit. Terror Shock's going to come in. They're unfortunately going to be forced to pop this, but Green is a bit far from the chair here, so they are trying to rush the gate, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to just yet here, as now this is going to be mechanic officially out of the manor, and the Wu Chang umbrella is ready once again.
Right, that was a very, very crucial down here from this Wu Chang, making sure that mechanic went down when endgame was triggered. I mean, now having 3 survivors here is much more easily, something much more easily able to deal with here for the Wu Chang. I'm just very curious to see if they're going to be able to manage maybe a draw, maybe a 3-person escape, or if the Wu Chang can maybe get a 3K here. It's really coming down to the wire. So many small interactions here. So, oh my goodness, Nava's playing so well. Gonna force out the second bling here from the Wu Chang, and it looks like this will end up being a draw since they did get that other gate open here. Yeah, that will end up being a draw for both sides. So, quite a well-played game from both ends. I mean, we saw a really strong kite from the survivors, but we also saw a lot of well-played gameplay from the Wu Chang in the late game, applying so much pressure and getting a lot of different hits on all the survivors there.
Yeah, Wu Chang was very much close on bringing this game back to his favor. I did think he lost a bit of direction there in the end, but still secured a tie in what seemed to be a potential tree escape scenario. So good job on this Wu Chang for clutching it up here, but definitely a bit of a concern for the survivors of Persona, as they do want to try and get a tie or potentially a win heading into this match. And we do know for a fact that the hunter of Team Frogfin is none other than Sprinter. So definitely some pressure here for Team Persona to try and do as well as they can.
Right, exactly. I mean, if you've been in the NAU community for a while, you'll recognize the name RVL Sprinter, or if you've been in here, you know, for a long time, you'll recognize the name B4U Sprinter. Long time great of the NAU server, just one of the strongest hunters, debatably the strongest hunter that the NAU region has ever seen. So, like you said, it's going to be very, very difficult to try to get even a couple of survivors out here, especially up against this hunter that is very, very well polished with the current meta.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the main thing that we've seen here, at least for Team Frogfin, is kind of Sprinter doing an amazing job as a hunter. And that's kind of, you know, the theme with Sprinter in general. I mean, he's been here for so long. He's had the status as one of the best NAU hunters, if not the best NAU hunter, for quite some time now. But then again, Persona has done a lot as well. We've seen great survivor matches from the team at the very least. So if there's going to be any other team that could pull it off, I think Persona might just be one of them.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, I'm seeing going into this, I recognize some of these survivor names, and yeah, these are some very strong survivors. If anybody can try to get that draw against Sprinter here, it will definitely be Team Persona. So they are not out of the count at all by any means. You know, never go down without a fight here. And from Sprinter, we will be seeing a Seer and Puppeteer ban. Like you said, very conventional bans here coming out here from the Hunter side. What will Persona prioritize? The Mechanic and Ford as well. Wow.
Yeah, and they're playing just about the same characters that Rival played. And it does make sense. Mechanic Forward are both pretty decent characters against the Goatman. As we do see the Psychologist is going to be the next ban here from the side of Rival, recognizing that they haven't picked a tanky character here to deal with the Goatman. They were hovering about that Magician a while ago, and it seems as if they're going to be locking it right there.
Exactly right. I mean, Magician post buff is just such a strong kiter, especially in the current meta. He can pretty much deal with all the top 4 hunters, and will finally be locking off the Antiquarian as well. Very scary survivor in the current meta as well. And it looks to be Perfumer will be the last survivor locked in from Team Persona here. So overall, a pretty solid and balanced team. Looks like they're going to be having Ford as their harasser / rescuer, and potentially seeing a tide on that Magician or Perfumer as well. And for the Mechanic, she's just there to get those ciphers on as quickly as possible.
Agreed. And we did see last match, one of the main things that happened was the fact that Mechanic used the doll to body block because he wasn't able to drop it immediately on time. But in this game, if he's going to play a character like Goatman, I think Mechanic's going to be able to just drop it right before the kite. And it does seem as if they're expecting a Goatman with the way they have picked this team composition. Magician, Perfumer are just tanky characters in general that deal with the Goatman. Mechanic's an incredibly fast decoder, and forward really forces Goatman to use a lot of resentment to just try and stop the potential harass here, because especially if they manage to get the harass, the thing with Goatman is that he can only chip the survivor unless he uses a cage, so just a lot of resentment wasting, if anything, from the side of forward. As Sprinter, still a bunch of other options. He can also consider the opera singer, but it does seem as if he's hovering on a Goatman and he's locking right into it. Gonna be playing the main meta pick for now.
Exactly, and yeah, like you said, that forward could definitely be the make or break here for Team Persona. There's just so many ways to utilize forward in the current meta, and especially just having a very interesting matchup into Goatman and Hullabaloo, since they can't exactly really punish him for going in with that ball, unlike most other hunters can. And even if they do, it's like you get one hit maybe with the Hullabaloo, but what about the other two hits? And for Goatman, like you said, it's that chip. And sometimes the forward's presence enough is all you need. Sometimes if the Goatman wants to, block him off, he'll have to waste that resentment, like you said. Just the forward's presence, you don't even have to go for the football at all, but he'll be forced to use up some of that resentment, which will be pretty annoying when he wants to, have to deal with a potential rescue or wanting to stock up on energy to get a really quick down, giving no chance for a potential rebound. So I don't know. I'm really excited to see how this forward will play in the match. And Sprinter will be spawning in, let's see here. We'll be seeing where in just a second has quite a few options to choose from, but we'll probably prioritize chasing that mechanic here, just like the Persona Hunter did as well.
Yeah, and that was kind of the main issue with maybe this spawn. So, is the fact that Mechanic is very much susceptible to getting chased, despite them having so many Goatman counters here. And so for Mechanic, as much as possible, just drop the doll early in the game and get out. I mean, you do not want to make the same mistake that Green did. Even though Green did do an amazing kite, in the end, still was unable to put the Mechanic doll on the field. And especially against a player like Sprinter, you don't want to be making the same mistake here. So for Mechanic, you do want to be dropping the doll very early and then trying to just kite away from it. Albeit this is a Goatman we're talking about, so definitely a bit harder said, or easier said than done.
Exactly, yeah. And I completely agree with the drop bot instantly strategy here, because when it comes to, wasting the Goatman cage energy, that resentment, he has to either, one, hit the bot twice without using a cage, which buys tons of distance for the Mechanic, or he can waste a cage and down it instantly, but then he won't have a cage to catch up to the Mechanic. And it seems to be like whenever you watch tournaments, if you can kite around 3 to 4 cages against a Goatman, that's usually considered to be a very good first kite.
Agreed, and especially with the way that he's been kind of nerfed over time, that has become the case here. So we're heading right into this match now, because we are going to see Sprinter's going to be playing that Goatman here that we were expecting, to be honest, as we'll see. Mechanic's going to be the first chase here. He has indeed dropped the doll, so I do wonder if Sprinter's going to be trying to go for the doll first, or whether he's going to immediately go for the Mechanic. And it does seem as if he's going for the Mechanic immediately. Decides to go to the gate here, using these two pallets very early on. Very interesting move, actually, from the Mechanic. This cage is actually amazing from the side of Sprinter. That's going to be a very early first hit. Resentment is 40 once again, so he is going to go for another cage here, and this might just be a very early down from the side of the survivors. And yeah, that's going to be the down immediately. Forward is going to be trying to harass as much as possible here, but excitement is going to be part of the play, and we are going to see Forward is going to be taking a chip almost immediately. So Sprinter getting off with an amazing start already.
Right, I mean, exactly. Using that excitement for the defensive play was very, very well played. Gonna have to football to the chair. Can he make the rescue in time? Just barely manages that rescue. Beautiful work from I Eat Food, the forward. I can actually relate to this forward quite a bit because I also do eat food. But we are going to be seeing Resentment is ready here. So we will be able to potentially get another down onto the Mechanic here. Yeah, that fly will not be successful, and that will be a double down for Sprinter here, which is just, like you said, off to an amazing start. Though the one saving grace is they do have that Mechanic bot out there. That is the one difference between this match and the other one, is that the mech bot is out there ready to decode for a long time. We're even going to actually be healing the forward this time so you won't have to waste up a early self heal. So there is potential to keep up this Cypher rush. We'll have to see how the next rescue goes.
Yeah, it does seem as if Perfumer's going to be trying to go for the next rescue, which just makes a lot of sense. You don't want to be not rescuing. You want to be stalling additional time here. We are going to be seeing Perfumer is going to be taking a hit. He doesn't want to get double down here, Flywheel to work with. Does manage to get the hit on Mechanic, but Perfumer is going to be able to get away scot-free. But no, he's going to make the switch to the Perfumer. So he seems as if he's going to be going back to the Mechanic. He doesn't want to risk potentially losing it. And so this is going to be game over here for the Mechanic. They did manage to make a bit of a comeback, though, despite that incredibly early setback, because now they are going to see a second Cypher pop, and they're already working on a fourth Cypher here. We are going to see the Hamter maybe just getting chased here.
Yeah, I mean, the Cyphers could definitely be better, but thanks to the Mechanic bot, it is not looking too bad. And one good thing as well is all survivors are now at full health. We might see Sprinter quickly just kill the bot here. Yeah, just might as well take some time to kill the bot. Not really seeing any survivors on these Cyphers here, so just has plenty of time to kill the bot while his resentment will charge to full here. And, well, looking at the items on the side of the survivors, they actually are okay, at least for the Magician, but the Forward and Perfumer have definitely... are definitely a little worse for wear there, so I'm a little curious to see where Sprinter will commit to next. It looks like he will be trying to spot out the Perfumer here. Does have one more Perfume to work with. Is this going to be a quadruple cage? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, wasting a lot of resentment to try and get this Perfumer, and he is going to be able to get the hit. They do need to pop this middle Cypher before the Hunter decides to pressure it, as now Excitement is ready once again here for Sprinter, and that's going to be a down there on the Perfumer. And I think they did manage to get the pop finally on that middle Cypher, so now I Eat Food is going to be able to decode the Cypher that the Mechanic doll was once decoding here. We do see that Magician's very much close to finishing his Cypher, but this is looking very dire. Spencer recognizing that Forward is in this vicinity, realizing that Magician is still decoding the Cypher. Hide Food now needs to stall additional time here with the Forward ball. Trying to use a Forward ball there. Unfortunately, an amazing cage from the side of Sprinter, and this might just be a down here before even the rescue happens. We do see Food is going to be able to stall some time, but an amazing great switch there from the side of Sprinter to try and get the down with the blink, and now that's going to be down on the Forward. One Cypher remaining, though. Magician does need to get this rescue as much as possible if they want to have a chance.
Right. I mean, that was such a good stuff on the rescue there. That was so very important for Sprinter here. I mean, they were looking like they're in a potential comeback situation, but once I saw the Forward use that football to the other side of the cage, it was just not looking good at all. We're going to see all three survivors in this vicinity here, and Sprinter will most likely be trying to aim for a farm onto this Perfumer here, but well, it looks like we'll just get a quick hit on the Magician here instead, and then we'll probably chair the Forward just to put him on his first chair before continuing to go after this Perfumer here. But yeah, I really don't know what these survivors can do in this situation. I mean, the Magician is going to have to pull off something crazy with that flywheel in those wands, but as for the Perfumer, I don't really think that there's much else he's going to be able to do in this situation. Sprinter's cages have just been on point every single time here, and oh, we do see a good patience from the Perfumer, but it looks like it will not matter in the end. Those cages just last so long, especially when you have no items to work with, and this will be the second survivor eliminated from the game here. And it looks like the Magician will be trying to rush the Cypher while Forward will be trying to grab a quick item here.
Yeah, we are going to see here Magician immediately forced to use a wand there to try and stall additional time. Oh, Spencer almost getting the hit there, and he does manage to actually get the hit right before cage ends. So this is actually looking really dire for the survivors. Now, I Eat Food is also in the vicinity as well, so this might officially be a 4K here for Sprinter here, as now I Eat Food goes down, and that means Frogfin taking this early lead here 7-2 with that 4K.
I mean, that was just such a beautiful game, honestly. We saw such a quick, fast down from Sprinter, but I have to commend Persona for nearly bringing that back. I mean, their rotation once the Mechanic finally went down was amazing. They made sure to prioritize those heals. I mean, it was a lot closer game than I'm sure a lot of people were expecting, so I have to really commend them. They had a good chance. And even though Sprinter was able to get the 4K in the end, I think Persona fought very, very hard in that match. But then again, it also is dealing with Goatman can be very tough. He is just so strong in the current meta.
Yeah, Perfumer definitely needed to stall a bit more time a while ago there when we saw that he was going for the second chase, but unfortunately just unable to do that. So that is going to be Team Frogfin actually getting the early lead here. Good news, at least for Persona, is that they haven't given up the Goatman in round 1. They gave up the Wu Chang. So now, Team Frogfin is going to be forced to ban that Goatman, or maybe consider some other potential bans there on their side. And I think that's a bit of an advantage still for Persona, something they can try to use as leverage heading into the second round, because they definitely need to make some sort of comeback and tie this up.
Right, like you said, I mean, I believe that Frogfin will have to ban out that Goatman, so they will have a little more options in terms of their hunters here going into round 2. But at the cost of that, they are down in terms of the points, so it's a bit of a trade-off, definitely for sure. And it really also depends on what this map pick will be here as well, because Eversleeping is a very good map for the meta hunters like Goatman and Hullabaloo. But if they pick a map that might prioritize the survivors instead, it might give both hunters a little bit of a more difficult chance to get a 4K or something like that.
Yeah, agreed. And I feel like it's going to boil down to the map here, as we are going to see, it seems as if the map is going to be Moonlit River Park, and this is going to be the map pick of Team Persona. So they actually had access to the map as well. And that's going to be pretty important, because keep in mind, they actually picked Wu Chang right first, even though they still had access to that Moonlit River Park map. So I am curious what they could potentially play. We did see the opera singer round 1, I believe, again, yes, was 2 days ago, was it, where they played it against Team Future in that first round. I believe it was one of the matches that they played where it was Moonlit, and indeed they did play that opera singer. So if Goatman is going to be off the card here for Team Persona, that may be a character that they can consider.
Right. I mean, we've seen Opera played on this map many a time in official tournaments as well, and especially with Moonlit being considered by many to be one of the most hunter-sided maps in the game, this will give the hunters a chance to shine here once again. So it's really going to be up to what those hunter picks are going to be here for the second round. And the thing is, Persona really wants to try to get one of those round wins here, or at least a round draw to continue the set, because if Frogfin does manage to win this round, that will actually be the end of the set. So I'm sure Frogfin is looking at trying to close this out here, while Persona will be fighting their absolute hardest here to continue going on to a potential round 3 situation. It looks like we will be seeing the Persona survivors out here once again.
Indeed, we will be seeing Persona playing the survivors here. And so I'm very curious, because I guess they want to wing that momentum from, the fact that they did get the 4K in that first round. So they want to keep that momentum going. They want to try and get another 4K potentially with that momentum here. And so we're just casually waiting right now, I believe, for Sprinter on the side of Frogfin here. But I mean, definitely interesting, because we did see that forward mechanic is going to be gone now for Team Persona, as well as I think Magician, right, was the third pick. So honestly, 3 characters that, in my opinion, is well worth losing, considering the fact that they could just ban maybe the Hullabaloo or the opera singer if they even want to, because those characters are much more specifically in tune to be against the Goatman. And now that the Goatman's gone, they're not really scared losing those characters anyways.
Exactly, yeah. There is also, at least for Sprinter specifically, there is that Dream Witch to worry about as well. Very famous for using Dream Witch in many, many matches, and I believe we saw Sprinter's Dream Witch on Moonlit yesterday grab a very dominant 4K as well, so it does need to be said that they have to watch out for that as well. it really just depends on what persona is most comfortable going into and what hunter they're the most terrified of when it comes to Sprinter's arsenal here. But we will be going into round 2, first half here in the ban and pick side. Kind of curious to see what the priority bans and picks will be this time.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was also this map, Moon River Park, where Spencer played the Dream Witch and got the 4K right after. As we are going to see, it seems as if it's going to be Seer potentially as the first ban, relatively conventional actually, and Aeroplanist. He was hovering on it. Seems as if he's not actually going to commit to that Aeroplanist ban, so it does seem as if he's actually going for the Psychologist ban. So as you've mentioned, the Dream Witch pick here is something that Spencer is very much considering. And to be fair, we saw just how strong that Dream Witch could be, as we will be seeing Opera Singer will be banned from the side of Team Persona.
Right, so there is a good chance that that Dream Witch will come out, but we are going to be seeing a Meteorologist pick here if it is locked in here from the side of Persona, which could be very helpful if she does not get chased for some potential healing. But when it comes to Dream Witch specifically, I mean, Psychologist and Barmaid tend to be a little bit better because they can move while healing, or at least for Psychologist's sake, take those 3 hits. But Meteorologist has to stand still when it comes to the healing, so kind of depends on what exactly they're prioritizing against the Dream Witch here specifically, if that is what they are scared of here. I mean, again, Sprinter has plenty of survivors in his, or hunters, I should say, in his arsenal, so it's going to be hard to find a set team that will match up well into everything.
It does seem as if they're now hovering on this Embalmer as well, so I feel like game plan here for Team Persona, potentially try and get the tie and bank on maybe the Hunter potentially getting the win later down the road, as we do remember for the fact that Persona, again, only gave up the Wu Chang from that last round. We do see the Balmer is officially locked in, as Spencer seems to be having a bit of difficulty deciding on the last ban, but finally lands on that Aeroplanist. So a common theme here is the fact that not only did he ban the Seer and Psychologist, but he's also banned some relatively strong transitional kiters, such as the Fire Investigator and Aeroplanist, as the Patient will be selected now from the side of Team Persona. So just recognizing that Spencer's not a big fan of these transitional kiters, and so immediately selecting a character that can transition. So it makes a lot of sense there for the side of Persona. This composition definitely does feel like more of kind of comfort composition. Meteorologist is a relatively strong character and a pretty decent support as well. But Patient, I mean, considering that this was Moon River Park and Acrobat was also free for grabs, bit of an interesting choice. Patient's still a relatively good character, but I was expecting the Acrobat a lot earlier on. And Embalmer and First Officer, just decent characters in general. First Officer being a good rescuer, while Embalmer does give them a strong tie condition, even a 4-escape condition if they want to go for that.
Right. No, I mean, I completely agree with the logic there on the survivors. I'm just also thinking about the bans over here. I can't help but wonder if this is maybe leaning towards some of an Ivy pick here from the side of Sprinter. I do know that Sprinter looks like it has been potentially using this tournament to practice that Ivy just a little bit here, or might just want to stick with the Hullabaloo pick here, but it actually will be that Ivy here. I mean, again, these bans do make sense against an Ivy, but I do feel like this team will be able to deal with Ivy as well. But Patient and Meteorologist could be a little bit tricky because I believe both of their items can be interrupted by a Yithian Scare, where First Officer will have a pretty easy time matched up into here, but Embalmer might have a little bit of trouble as well when it comes to using that Coffin and getting the Corrosion. So it's really going to come down to, I think, First Kite and Rescues, which is universal against most hunters, but it's very important specifically versus Ivy because the late game is when things get very, very dicey versus this character. So if there's any time for Persona to make the comeback, it is right now.
Yeah, and I do think this Ivy pick is quite an interesting pick. We are in a large map after all, so I'm not really sure if I'm the biggest fan of Spencer selecting the Ivy here, but it does seem as if confidence is oozing for Spencer after that 4K, so it makes a lot of sense that he's going to go for a character that he may be a bit more confident in. As we do see, he's going to be spawning right beside the Embalmer and the first officer. This does pose us some issues because even if Embalmer is not the strongest kiter by default, he does bring 12-9, and one thing to note is that you can't lead, like, the coffin does provide a lot of stall for the Embalmer, because after Embalmer gets leeched and then he uses coffin, you can't leech for a period of time, and that can waste a lot of time for the hunter. Meteorologist is very much chaseable here as well, but I do think Meteorologist also has ways to deal with the Ivy as well, especially if you know how to time against that Yip and Scare. What we are going to be seeing here is going to be Sprinter playing that Ivy up against this Meteorologist, this first officer, this Embalmer, and this Patient.
Exactly. I mean, there's plenty of options here for the first chase, like you said. Embalmer can buy just so much free time. And so I'm really curious to see what Sprinter will choose to go up against here. I mean, with so many options outside of that first officer, most likely to go for, it's going to be pretty tough to actually guess what's going on in his head here. But there are benefits to playing Ivy on big maps, even though there are also many troubles that comes as well, due to the fact that, it takes a long time for her to start pressuring Cypher since all of them are so far apart. But at the same time, you could use that exact same logic for the survivors as well. So it looks like we are going to be seeing the Yithian move out toward the Meteorologist. Will that be for the first kite, or will it just be to pressure the Cypher? It will actually be for the first kite, committing straight to that Meteorologist with 59 corrosion, which is very, very good right now for this Wendy here. If she doesn't look back at this Ivy at all, she will not be one more scare away, but will be messing up the cloud. It looks like that medium height cloud was not enough to get up onto the platform, and this will be a free hit for Sprinter.
Yeah, one thing to note though is that Sprinter also actually has the hunt here, I believe. So after a period of time, he's just going to get faster if he does decide to do nothing. Now, Meteorologist is on 60 corruption, and that's going to be 100. That might actually be a down already without the blink. So a crucial mistake from Meteorologist in this early game now causes for Spencer to get this incredibly good early lead. Now we do see that first officer is probably going to be going for the first rescue almost immediately, and this is one saving grace in this map. The map is so large at Moon River Park that even with this very early game lead, he's unable to pressure these Cyphers just yet. We do see that I Eat Food now is going to be heading in towards the rescue, and that immediate use of the watch there to try and solve additional time, but now first officer is going to be taking a hit.
Right. I think the first officer didn't use the second tuning of the watch, which made things quite difficult because the illusion wasn't actually really working since the Yith was actually showing his location there. So I think it would have been better if the officer maybe used that second tuning there as quickly as possible to maybe saw a little more time for that rescue. However, it was a pretty good rescue overall. Issue is the Cyphers for an Ivy game are not that far along. I mean, the Meteor no longer has any tide tuners to be rescued with, and if she will be rescued once again, like you said, I mean, there's the blink is ready as well. That early down is just going to really hurt for the side of Persona.
Agreed. And one thing that they do not want to fall habit into is leaving all the Cyphers here on this third to fourth stop end, and that seems to be the case because there's only one Cypher, I believe, now remaining on the other side, and they're already right about to decode it. So I'm not sure how I like the Cypher distribution here from the side of Meteorologist. Seems first officer is going to be going for the rescue, and he needs to get this on the dot, because if he doesn't, he might actually just fail it, and that's going to be the case here. And that's going to be hit on the first officer, and I just don't like that play there from the first officer, as all as he's officially going to be going down here. 3 full Cyphers still remaining, and Sprinter somehow at such a huge lead here for his Ivy right now. He is going to get this second chair, or rather first chair on this first officer. Eva's going to be trying to decode the fourth stop Cypher, but very soon he is going to get pressured away. And Amter, or the Patient, is decoding the Cypher from the very far side, but after that, all the Cyphers are going to be on Sprinter's side, so I'm not sure how much I like the survivors here from now. We do see Blink is going to come in, and he's going to teleport almost immediately. This is looking really bad from the survivors. He is going to get the down, but Coffin is going to clutch things up. So able to, probably going to be able to get this rescue, but I don't like the situation at all here.
Right. I mean, I absolutely have to commend Sprinter for the amazing ability here. I mean, when we saw he knew that the embalmer was coming in, he walked there with the main body, leaving the youth back at the chair, which is not really something we see that Ivies do too often. A lot of them like to stay waiting at that chair. But Sprinter recognized with his high-level game sense where the embalmer would be, and knew that the officer could not come in either, and decided to cut the embalmer off, which forced that officer to go in for that risky play, and then with enough patience on the chair, stalled it out so that the meteorologist would be going down, and then getting a hit onto the first officer right afterwards, and then doing a very similar strategy onto the embalmer, using the blink to force the early rescue, and then teleporting back onto the chair, forcing the no rescue once again. So I just need to commend Sprinter for the amazing stuffs on these rescues here. But yeah, it's like at this point with the survivor, how many survivors are left with the cipher progress, I really don't think there's any way they can get even a single person out the gate, especially since there's no more coffin to work with either.
Yeah, we are going to see here Embalmer trying to stall additional time, as now Patient is going to be trying to break the Ostracon and finally the code decipher at the bridge here. It is around 70%, so still a chance here to potentially try and go for a one escape. But Eve is officially going to be going down, so not so sure if it's going to be super possible here. We do see Eve stalling a bit more time. Hamter does have the shadow on his body here, and we do see Embalmer's going to officially go down. Wonder if they're going to be able to pop it in time. Fortunately, doesn't seem to be the case, and Hamter's going to be switched on almost immediately and going to be taking the first hit, as well as additional corruption there. So this is not looking good here for the side of the survivors. They should at least try and maybe go for a single escape, because it does seem as if that's going to be the only case for them right now.
Exactly, yeah. A dungeon play seems to be the only thing I can really think of here, unless they find some sort of miraculous way to get these ciphers done, which I just don't think is possible at the current rate of the game. Well, especially with Sprinter's Blink coming back up here once more. We do see a huge hook here from Hamter, buying lots of time. And I really don't know if it will matter, because once again, it looks like they will be able to be repossessed by the Yithian, and this will lead to likely another down. Now, both survivors do have exit path to work with, so we could be seeing a very long bleed out gameplay here from the side of Sprinter to secure this 4K in round 2. But again, if Sprinter does pick up this 4K, which is most likely going to happen, we will need to see Team Persona's Hunter also secure a 4 elimination. Otherwise, that will be the end of the set.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the 4 escape here by maybe stalling additional time, but now we are going to see Eve is going to take the terror shock right there with the blink, and just Hamter, unfortunately, just a few more seconds away from getting caught here from Sprinter. We do see that he is going to self-heal himself here, but he has put his shadow already on the Embalmer. Actually, very surprising, because he's already used the exit path just right there. So now you are going to see max presence from Ivy, I believe, is ready. One more hook here for Patient and potentially a Dream, as we are going to see Patient trying to bait the Ivy from using his Ostracon very early on. But fortunately, Sprinter being incredibly patient there, and now he's going to get the down on this Patient. And that's going to be a 4K potentially, as we do see, Persona survivors going to be surrendering here, and huge lead for Frogfin as they are one step closer to securing their final spot here. Meanwhile, for Persona, they need to start clutching back up, or else it may officially be the end for them.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we saw a lot of good plays from Persona in that game. I really like what the Patient was trying to do there at the ending as well. Like you said, trying to bait it so that the tablet would spawn underneath and behind him, since the tablet will always spawn behind you when Ivy tries to possess you with that Yithian. But again, sometimes just a little bit too little too late. They just didn't have the ciphers, didn't really have much to work with there. And I think a lot of it was due to that very early mistake from the meteorologist. But at the same time, I mean, Sprinter applied so much pressure onto the survivors when it came to the kites and the rescues. I mean, going up against such a high-level hunter can be very, very difficult, and it needs to be said that the nerves are probably running very, very high as well.
Yup, and now Persona Hunter Persona's Hunter is going to be required to get the 4K. So a lot of pressure on them because we've seen that Frongfin can at least tie in this map, albeit during their match yesterday against, I believe it was Killer Boss, FNU's Hunter. We did see that Killer Boss is super close to actually getting the 4K, but they managed to get a single escape and then another to get that tie instead. So for the side of Team Persona, a 4K definitely not impossible. Actually, if anything, very possible because again, as we've mentioned, they've only given up Wu Chang in this global ban. So access to Goatman, access to Opera, access to Hullabaloo, even Ivy as well. So a lot of access to the meta hunters. But definitely a lot of pressure for them because for Team Frogfin, all they need to do is play a tie here, and that might be exactly what they're going to be doing in this map.
Yeah, right. I mean, I believe that, if I am correct, I believe Team Frogfin really only needs a single person out the gate, actually, and that will secure the win of the round, which will be the ending of the set. So it's going to be very, very difficult for the side of the Persona Hunter. I mean, even though they do have the advantage in terms of character picks here for their Hunter, I'm guessing that Team Frogfin will also take very, very safe characters here as well. We could see stuff like Embalmer. We could see Mercenary, Coordinator, just overall very safe survivors to secure a single person out here. Don't even have to worry about any specific picks, just pick universally strong survivors, and even that alone will give Persona Hunter a very difficult time. But at that same time, if you're expecting very safe picks, maybe you could try to maybe go for a bit of a surprise. We could see something like a smiley face or a breaking wheel to catch them off guard as well.
Yeah, that's actually very much in the cards because he is going to ban the Antiquarian Fire Investigator. So Seer is actually very much available here from the side of Team Rival. And I think at this point, Persona getting very aggressive with their ban pick procedures here. As we see Embalmer and Painter, two incredibly strong tie characters, they are almost immediately getting picked. And I actually really like that selection from the side of Frogfin, recognizing that they only need a single escape, so they might as well play incredibly strong tie characters such as Embalmer and Painter to immediately try and just get this game finished as fast as possible. Meteorologist is going to get banned now. It does seem as if, for me, Persona's Hunter is hinting towards potentially an opera singer with that ban so far, but I'd be very much in the cards as well with the Fire Investigator ban.
I completely agree here, S'mores. I mean, especially from the side of the survivors here, like you said, Embalmer, Painter, very good tie characters, but also they have very good synergy with each other as well. Being able to utilize Painter's chair time to its fullest extent if they use a very early coffin, and then can kind of just sit on the chair for 50 plus seconds on the second chair. So there's a lot of synergy with those types of characters that will just kind of force the hunter to stay at the chair, which means that they can't really get much momentum here in this match. But we will probably see a rescue pick, I'm guessing, for the final server. Yes, it will be that Gravekeeper, finishing off the team with Embalmer, Painter, Processor, and Gravekeeper. Quite a balanced team comp here. It's going to be very difficult, I feel like, to get all four of these survivors eliminated here. But if anybody can do it, I believe it will be Persona's Hunter here.
Agreed, and I am very interested that they went with the Gravekeeper here. We were expecting a bit of the opera singer. We have seen that from the side of Persona. So Gravekeeper being selected over Wadling was definitely an interesting choice. Perhaps they're a bit scared of a potential gamekeeper just kind of ruining their plans. Or maybe they just want someone that can relatively decode just a bit faster than that Wildling there. As we do see, Prospector's also another very interesting pick actually to mention here. Not a character that we were expecting very early on. Not a character we were expecting they were wanting to get globally banned as well. But I guess for Team Frogfin, this is more of a comfort pick than anything. At this point, again, all they need is a single escape, so not too much pressure on them. The pressure is all on Team Persona here, who needs that 4K here. It does seem as if Opera Singer, in my opinion, still very much the consensus pick, especially since he has the experience on that character as well. But I'm not going to be surprised if he does consider other really strong winning character in this map.
And yeah, like you said, it will be that opera singer being picked out here. So I mean, with this overwhelming speed, I mean, maybe there is a good chance. Not a lot of these survivors here are particularly fast at getting distance. I mean, the Embalmer is just there to stall. Prospector, not the best matchup into Sangria, and Painter could be a little 50-50. I mean, it's really hard for Opera to not look at these paintings, but it can also be played around, and sometimes if the Painter's not in a really good position, you can maybe catch him off guard pretty easily here. And with the Painter spawning at 4th, there might be a good chance that the Opera Singer could overwhelm him with just pure speed out here. So I'm really curious to see if we'll be able to gain enough momentum here for the side of Persona Hunter and maybe push this into a round 3 situation. But it looks like we will not be chasing that Painter after all. Spawning first stop instead, having a couple choices to chase, either Roland, that Gravekeeper, or Green, the Prospector. But both of these choices might not be the best ones available. But again, you really are in a do or die position here, so I don't really disagree with any sort of risks being taken here. But I really hope we do get to see this set being pushed to round 3. I really want to see these two teams go the distance here in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, he can chase both characters here because, I mean, they're not the strongest matchups for opera singer. And one interesting thing to note is the fact that both Embalmer and Painter actually brought 12-9, and Prospector brought 12-3. So I'm not sure if they were preparing for the opera singer to come out, because typically you want to be bringing the 3-9 instead against the opera singer. So I do think that Prospector is going to be the consensus chase here, because if he does go for the Gravekeeper, there's a chance they might just sell in general. So I do think he should consider going for Green heading into this map. Again, we are going to see here Persona Hunters need to 4K right now with this Opera Singer, as they are going to be heading right against the Embalmer, Painter, Prospector, and Gravekeeper.
Exactly here. Again, only two choices, or two realistic choices that we would expect here to be chased at the start, that Grave or that Prospector. I'm quite curious to see what the pick will be. But again, all the pressure is on for Persona's Hunter here. They need to secure this 4 elimination, otherwise they will be out of the tournament. We'll be choosing to chase Green, the Prospector, here at first stop. Will Green immediately take this coaster, or will we see... Nope, it looks like Green will choose to wrap around this area first, trying to stall for some time here. But this could be a very early hit. Just barely not making it though. Perhaps a little bit of a misjudgment on that hitbox, but that could have been a very early hit, which would have been exactly what Persona's Hunter needs here.
Yeah, and we do see he is finally going to be able to get the hit on Green, but Green's going to be able to get this roller coaster right in. And we do see, it does seem as if they may have gone for the third stop, because Roland seems to be within this facility. And so I'm not sure if he's going to make the switch now. Doesn't seem to be the case, as he's now going to be going to Green. Gravekeeper using the 12 just to be a bit safe. We do see it's actually Excitement. So a bit of a surprise pick, actually, from the side of the Opera Singer. I was just expecting Blink in general. Good news for them is that the ciphers are still relatively slow, and it does seem as if he's making now the switch to Frogfin after recognizing that Embalmer was going to use the Coffin on that Prospector.
And a great flywheel there from Frogfin to stall for a little more time, playing beautifully around these pallets here, just looping and looping, but does seem to get stuck there right at the very edge. And this could be a very quick down onto Frogfin due to the fact that this Opera Singer, like you said, has that Excitement to work with here. So let's see how it will be played around here. We will see the Excitement being used. Painter not really watching out for that, surprisingly. It does not look like they were expecting an Excitement pick at all. I mean, Excitement is not really what you would see when a team needs to go for a 4 or Hunter one needs to go for a 4 elimination. However, it actually is doing pretty well right here. I mean, we are seeing 3 people now off the cipher, since Roland is forced to come on in here, and we're going to be seeing Green take pursuit once again here. Has been coffined by this Embalmer here, but lots of pressure being applied. This is a very, very slow cipher rush right now. If this rescue does happen to not end well, we actually could see a potential 4 elimination here. I mean, this is actually not the worst start here for the side of Persona's Hunter.
Yeah, I think he's going to just take the hit onto Roland right now. And we are going to see Painter's going to be able to get his second painting right here, I believe. We do see, I think Frogfin's actually going to be able to kite past this Tide Turner with the way he's doing an amazing job right now here. We do see second painting is going to come in clutch now. We do see he has kited past that Tide Turner, so good stuff so far from Frongfin to try and make the comeback, but it might just be a terror shock right there to turn that all awry. We do see, though, they are going to be going for the heals now. The Hunter actually making a daring move to make the switch, but they fortunately managed to get the heal already. Gravekeeper forced the shovel once again. He might actually just hit him away from that shovel here, so now Gravekeeper, no more resources to work with. We do see that the magnet is going to be coming in clutch here for the survivors, as we do see, I think Prospector is going to try to potentially go for a harass, and it does seem as if that's going to be the case, but excitement actually coming into play here. At this point, though, I'm not sure if this is advantageous for the Hunter because he stalled so much time at this point.
Exactly. I mean, one thing I have to commend is that they have forced out a lot of the items here, both paintings, both shovels. Unfortunately, the processor does have that rechargeable resource, which will always be slightly annoying for the Sangria here, but 2 excitements did actually be quite valuable to be able to get this chair here. But the Cyphers are catching up here quite a bit. Even though it was not the fastest Cypher rush here, we might actually be seeing a big stun here from the Prospector, giving this this painter more chances to get away. Double pallet drop here. The Prospector will be trying to buy as much time as possible. Gonna get a little bit greedy here and go to prioritize this Cypher instead of trying to finish off Frogfin despite them being dead on chair.
Yeah, very interesting play here, and I think the Hunter at this point getting incredibly antsy, trying to go for that hit, and he's trying to go back here, trying to go for Frogfin now. They were about to go for the heal, but unfortunately recognizes that the Hunter was making the switch, and now Frogfin is getting chased once again. And I'm really liking this aggression here from the side of Team Rival with the harass, as well as the Hunter trying to go for the Gravekeeper, and now Green trying to stall additional time here. Frogfin is going to be trying to go for the pallet mind game, unfortunately fails it, so that's going to be Frogfin officially out of the manor here. As we do see, I believe that's Embalmer potentially going for the heal, and 1 saving grace for the Hunter. All the Cyphers seem to be on this side, and this is what we are mentioning ever since last game. You do not want that to happen, so now Green is going to be getting chased here. We do see, I'm not sure if they're going to be going for the heal first or trying to go for the Cypher. It seems as if they're going for the former here, as you is trying to get the heal on the Gravekeeper, but Operator recognizes this and tries to go for the Gravekeeper and gets the down right after.
Right, I really like to see this risky, aggressive type gameplay here from this Opera Singer. I mean, when you need a 4 elimination, this is exactly how you have to play sometimes. Take these risks, take these gambles, and it seems like it's actually paying off for Persona's Hunter here. I mean, everybody's injured. The Gravekeeper has gone down. We do see a good mind game here being played from the Bomber, but it looks like Persona Hunter will win that in the end. Gravekeeper will end up using the self-heal, but again, we do see 2 Cyphers at 80 and above, and that's all they really need left. Maybe there is a chance we could see them pop here. I mean, if they want to pop, they only need to go for 1 person out this gate here, which I imagine is the strategy here. But again, we could see a risk being played. Maybe we'll see a teleport onto the potential prospector here, but they still have that coffin to work with. That is the one thing that concerns me here, is that even if the Opera Singer were to commit to this prospector, he can pop here in time and has the coffin to work with, which means that she cannot chair this prospector and will have to go all the way back to the Embalmer, who has now been rescued by the Gravekeeper. 3 survivors up at endgame. Unfortunately, if maybe they just got there ever so slightly sooner, there would not have been a pop. However, again, all the risky plays are starting to bite this Hunter in the back now.
Yeah, I felt like actually in the end there, he kind of got a bit too passive. He was waiting a bit there, kind of just dawdling around, and now they managed to just get the Cypher Prime instead of trying to go and play a lot more aggressively there. We do see Gravekeeper is going to be going down. He doesn't have self-healed here, so still a chance to try and make the comeback. They're actually doing an amazing job there. Yu is not immediately going to the gate, but I'm not even sure if this Opera Singer can make it in time because he's already decoding this gate here, so he needs to start dashing his way towards that gate, as we do see it's already at 70, and I think that might just be it. That might be the one escape they need here. It's already at 90, and it does seem as if this is going to be game here for the side of Opera Singer. We do see green. Let's see if he can try to get the hit here. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case, so that might officially be game. He tries to go for the shadow jump right back, but unfortunately he gets stunned away from it, so it might already be over. Not yet settling for the one escape here. I think they want to try and potentially go for more here, as we do see Roland is actually within the vicinity. You actually going to get caught from with the crows here, so we do see that you is going to be within this vicinity. Regardless, they already got the one escape, so this is actually already a win from the side of Frogfin.
Exactly. I mean, I really do need to commend this Opera Singer as well. I mean, going for the little pallet stun, or the pallet trick there with the shadow TP there at the end. I mean, they made that a very, very close game, and I'd love to see the highly optimal dashes going from one side of the map to the other. Unfortunately, if that was maybe Opera Singer in her prime, she probably could have made that, but with all the nerfs that she's gotten over the years, it's just a lot harder to catch up. However, that was an amazing, amazing game. I mean, they played so incredibly well, nearly getting that 4K, especially against one of the strongest teams on the NEU server. I mean, I have to commend this Hunter. They did such an incredible job. I'm just so insanely blown away by this Hunter.
Yep, and that is job well done here for Team Frogfin, I believe. I'm not sure if it is BO5, actually. I believe it's only BO3. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Yeah, that does seem as if, that's going to be it for Frogfin. They officially secured their slot here in the finals. And for Persona, a well-oiled run, if anything. Just amazing from them. And unfortunately, the journey ends here for their chances at the finals. And, I mean, just great job here from both teams. But unfortunately, there can only be one winner here, and that's going to be Frogfin.
Exactly. I mean, like you were saying, I think both teams just played absolutely amazingly. And, even though Frogfin, disguised as their name Frogfin, even though Team Rivals, I should say, is one of the strongest in the server, Persona really making a name for themselves here in this tournament. I mean, getting all the way to the semifinals, and, the only person you're losing to is somebody who's considered to be the best on the server. I mean, that's not bad at all. Plus the fact that they just played so incredibly well and nearly were able to force that round 3.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, for Team Frogfin or Rivals, though, I think we're not supposed to say that. I'm kidding. But that's top secret. You're exposing it in the chat. But I mean, that is the thing, right? The experience coming from Frogfin, even with the, you, I believe, being a new addition to this team. I mean, we're just seeing that change come into fruition here. And for Frogfin, now we wait for the next match here, which is YSL on Omni. So, I mean, whoever wins against that is going to be meeting Frogfin here in the finals. And, it seems as if we're going to be interviewing someone actually from Frogfin.
Yes, I'm very excited to see what kind of things they might have to say about their current set. And something that I am personally excited about is when it comes to the next set, if Omni does end up being the winner, we will actually be seeing a battle between Frogfin and Omni, which will technically be a battle between the two co-representatives that went, two NEU co-representatives, I should say, that went to both COA 7 and COA 8, which I believe will excite a lot of the viewers out here, seeing the top two teams going at it right here potentially. But obviously that is just a chance. Nothing is set in stone here, so we'll just have to see what goes on in the next set. But Frogfin again winning it out here in the semifinals. Huge congratulations to their team. I know, even with a new member and whatnot, things have got to be pretty difficult, getting into the groove of certain things. But they're still playing incredibly well in this tournament.
Yup, and so, I mean, nothing is guaranteed here later on for Frogfin. You don't know if it's going to be a battle between the COA 7 Giants, as we've seen both those teams actually qualify for Koa 7. Or we're going to see a new team come into fruition here with YSL, who we did see yesterday pull off one of the craziest matches. Still, shout out to Seven Luo, Bloody Queen. I'm still in shock after what happened yesterday. But yeah, I mean, great stuff there from both teams here. Again, Frongfin, amazing job getting the 2-0 in here. I'm not sure if their matches have been relatively close, but I mean, this semifinals was not one for contest.
Exactly, and it looks like we will actually be getting an interview with Frogfin himself, lesserly known as Schmitty, but again, it seems like most people don't really know who that is. It is Frogfin, is who we will be interviewing here, so pretty excited to see what kind of information they'll be sharing with us here.
Agreed.
I mean, they did play such incredible matches all the way up until this point, and I'm sure Persona, they probably consider to be one of their strongest opponents yet so far.
Yeah, it seems as if Frogfin / Schmitty / I don't know if there are any other names is here. Hello. How are we feeling today after that win?
Feeling good. New roster, trying some different comps that we haven't practiced, seeing if they work, seeing if we can grease the whatever the saying is, before IBT. So we're feeling good.
Right.
That's
right.
great.
I know IVT's coming up, and I know a lot of teams are looking at using this as somewhat of a practice tournament at some times. I mean, I've seen Sprinter prioritize playing Ivy, which he doesn't really do when it came to stuff like Koa 8, but I mean, let's talk about the survivors from the team as well. I mean, you have, like you said, a new roster and whatnot, and practicing new characters. What are your thoughts on the current meta? I mean, we've seen a lot of changes from the Hunter nerfs and lots of survivors being buffed. Can you give us your thoughts as, one of the biggest teams on the NEU server here?
Yeah, so the meta is a little more survivor friendly. We can see in IB on IGL that hunters are still not dominating unless you're like Akka. So it's very fun to play as a survivor because I have one less hunter to worry about, and that's Halu. And we believe Ivy has become a lot weaker too. So it's very fun to be in this meta, but as you said, yeah, we're just testing things. Before IBT, we want to test our limits, and this is a good opportunity to test the limits before IBT. So we're preparing for IVT. We realized that, okay, we think Ivy's weak, so how far can we push Ivy? That's what we have to determine. We think Painter's weak, how far can we push Painter? And that's what we're trying to figure out throughout this tournament.
Yeah, and that's something that we noticed as well with how much Sprinter's actually been playing Ivy this tournament. Now I am curious, that first game where you guys played Survivor there, that Wu Chang pit, kind of a surprise from the side of Team Persona. Was that something that you guys were expecting, or was that something that completely blindsided you guys?
Yeah, no, we did not expect that at all. We expected a Sangria and or Goat, typically, obviously. So when we saw the Wu Chang, we initially were like, this is a good practice opportunity because we've been seeing Wu Changs do very well in IVL. So it's more or less a good, because we know Fafa, one of the best hunters in NA right now. I got to prepare for him. He knows Wu Chang as well. So it's a good practice learning, especially with the comp we had. So I liked it, but no, that caught us blindsided.
Yeah, no, I mean, I expected, like I said, I mean, Wu Chang just not really a conventional hunter that you see, especially in round one. But I definitely know that the side of Persona is probably maybe trying to do a bit of a surprise pick there. But I guess how are you guys feeling, like you said, with the new roster and whatnot, and with the new meta? Like, how are the survivors feeling right now, especially with just like trying out new survivors? I've been seeing you guys play forward a lot more. I don't even think you had like any first officer or gravekeeper in that round one. Like, what do you think about like the latest character picks going on right now?
Yeah, the character picks they're funny. We have to keep up with the meta as good as we can, and our new survivor is one of the best forwards ever in the server. So we're like, okay, we have the luxury. And then we have Green, who can play anything. He can go mech, kite, whatever. And we were just exploring because we need to practice it for Sprinter, because Sprinter will play it versus other teams. You see how popular it is forward, and then whatever forward 8 or 4 mech. So we need to practice it. So practicing it in this tournament was fun. But yeah, the new meta is crazy. I'm seeing literally everything we played.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of the volatility of this meta. So I guess just a few more questions. I'm not sure if Zeez has any. I am curious as well. That second match, actually, very interesting composition from your survivors. We saw Embalmer and Painter, very tight characters, but also Prospector come out and Gravekeeper too. Even though I'm sure you guys are also aware, the Opera Singer was very much bound to come out. So I'm curious as to the thought process behind those picks there.
Well, to be honest, we first saw Embalmer not banned. Ever since we played Embalmer versus GR and should have beaten GR Jin, we have not had the light of day of playing Embalmer. Embalmer's banned first as round 1, 2, and 3. So we saw Embalmer and we were like, okay, all right, let's go Embalmer. And then I wanted to go Painter. I was like, let me go Painter. I want to practice it. So we were like, okay. And then Green was like, well, I want to have fun too. So we picked Prospector. And then Rowan was like, let me go Weeping. And I was like, no, you go Grave. So I picked Grave. So it was basically just a funny story of 3 people going what they want. And then poor Rowan had to go rescue her. But no, if you guys did notice, we did the RC strategy. It's the first time we've ever tried it ever. So, and it worked out. So that was the whole thought process around it.
I see. It's interesting you say that because it did kind of remind me of those unconventional picks that RC likes to do in that IJL setting there. But I'm a little curious, obviously this seemed to be your toughest fight yet now that you're going on to the finals. I mean, Persona put up one heck of a fight versus you guys, especially with that Sangria round 2. I mean, very close to a 4K. You guys did clutch it out, but I think the Hunter performed very, very well in that round 2 second half there. But I gotta say, there are 2 other teams that have a semifinals match going on now. Omni versus YSL, I believe. Are you looking at, a preference of facing Omni or YSL in the finals here, or are you just like, bring it on, we'll take on anybody, we're ready for anything? I'm kind of curious what the thoughts are here.
I mean, I'm scared of both teams. Both teams are goated. They're so good. 7 Lu, we all know 7 Lu, and we know OM. I would prefer to play OM. I don't think I've ever played Pit in a tournament. They always somehow sneak their way on the other side of the bracket, and we never get to play them. So I would much enjoy playing OM because I would love to play Pit. I don't think I've played Pit in years, so I would love to play Pit because I'd rather play Pit now than IVT.
I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it would be a matchup between 2 of NAEU's COA representatives. I think a lot of people would absolutely love to see that. But I think that's all the questions that I have here. I don't want to keep you for too long here, Mr. Frogfin. Anything else that you can think of here, S'mores?
Yeah, I do want to ask, is there anything you want to say to the audience as now Frogfin / all the other secret names you guys may have, But what do you want to say to the audience as you're heading into the finals?
Yeah, I hope the finals is a good fight. IVT's next week. I also want to give a huge shout out to Yo7 for hosting a tournament. This is the first tournament I've been a part of that is not hosted by NetEase that I have thoroughly enjoyed, that I've seen no problems with. And I just want to give a huge shout out to that. This has been a fun time and a very good practice for IVT. But yeah, to everyone supporting NAEU, thank you. If you are in the stream, you are supporting NAEU, so I appreciate that. And make sure to sub to Green IDV if you want to see the best kiter in NA. That's all I have to say.
Oh, that's funny. Actually, I have one quick question before we end.
Yeah.
Why enter under the name Frogfin? I'm just curious. I gotta know.
To be honest, I didn't even do it. It was our funny coach, Anton. Anton was like, oh, Frogfin, Schmitty. All I talk about in practice is Frogfin, by the way. That's all I talk about. How I'm going Frogfin. Spencer started banning Fire Investigator because I've been obsessed. So Anton was like, oh, well, I'll just submit as Frogfin. And lo and behold, now we're in the finals as Frogfin. So it worked out.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's so funny. That does sound like something Anton would do. But yeah, I think that's all the questions that we have for you, Mr. Schmidt. I meant Frogfin.
Frogfin.
So I think we will be segueing here off to a break, and then we'll be readying up for our next set of the semifinals, Omni versus YSL. So I think we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Seaside Summer Marina. We are heading in the final round of the quarterfinals here. YSL going up against Omni. It's gonna be a really hype match. I'm super excited for it. How about you, Chip?
I mean, I'm sure you could hear me there already. I got my entire trumpets out. I got the victory fanfares all around me. I cannot wait. I am sitting here in a stadium all alone by myself, and I'm going to be clapping and cheering on each team here. I am ready. I am ready.
Yeah, I am super ready as well. I mean, this is, like I said, so this is the final match here of the semifinals already. Yeah, we are really on the final match of the semifinals. These two matches happening today. Earlier we saw Persona against Frogfin. Frogfin being the ones to take the crown there, and now we're gonna see the final deciding match to see who is gonna be fighting it out for that first place here between Omni and YSL, who will be going against Frogfin in the final matchup. These two teams are really good. I mean, Omni has consistently been winning their matches, won every single match with a 2-0 in terms of round wins. So Omni dominating the competition so far. YSL done much of the same, winning their sets, not quite as much with a high margin, but still absolute domination. We saw them break out a bloody queen from their hunter 7 Luo, one of the craziest performances I've seen in a very long time yesterday against Prototype, bringing them all the way to overtime. It was really great. So this is going to be just a battle for the ages here.
A battle for the ages indeed. A battle of battles and a war of wars. I mean, you know, we are finally here in the semifinals, and I honestly, you know, it's gone by pretty quickly. I almost don't want it to end. I mean, I've been having a great time commentating. I've been having a great time watching all of these matches play out, and it makes me a little bit sad that we're here at the semifinals, but also I'm very excited to see which of these teams will win.
Yeah, I mean, I do have to agree with you on that. It is a little bit of that bittersweet moment. I mean, I do remember finally getting through day one, and you know, day one, of course, or not day one, getting through round one, and round one was like 4 days. So it's like, oh my gosh, that was one round. This is gonna be a long time. But you know, it really has sped by. You know, looking back at things here, going into the last match of the semifinals. I mean, tomorrow is going to be the final day. We have 2 matches tomorrow. I think potentially 3. We'll have to see. But we are going to have that matchup between Frogfin and the winner of this match. And then we are going to have the 3rd and 4th place deciding placement game. And that's gonna be it, unless there's another placement game that we want to stream on that day. But you've really not a lot of matches left to spectate, Chip.
Yes. Then I will simply have to really indulge and really enjoy my time here in these final trying times of sadness and also excitement. You know, it's sad to see it end, but it's also, you know, you gotta smile that it happened.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, speaking with such a limited amount of time left, I'm still waiting, everybody, to see that guard 26. Okay, you're already laughing. You know it was coming, but I'm still waiting. Guys.
Bon, Lucino, it can still happen. It can still happen in the final matches. It can still happen.
Well, I mean, the last matches are best of 5, so, you know, it's maybe. I'm saying there's a chance.
They gotta drag us away, man. They gotta drag us away. We're sounding insane right now.
We gotta be examined, because like especially me. I'm here like it's literally every day. Like, please play Bon. I'll love you forever. Okay, you could have Yo7's praise and adoration, however much that's worth. About
We're
nothing,
just
to be fair.
commentators, guys. We're not the smartest. We're not the sharpest tools in the shed. Wanting these off-meta, very niche picks, but you know, yeah, make us happy. If making us happy is the priority of these players, you know, they know how to do it. They know how to do it.
Okay, listen. If Wu Chang has gotten like 4 games in this tournament, you could give Bon 1. You could give Lizard just 1. That's all I'm gonna say.
I think 1 and 1 might just be asking a little too much here of our teams, as we're definitely going to be seeing lots of the meta picks here in these final matches. I'm not exactly expecting too many crazy, wild, out of the blue picks. You know, with like maybe the Wu Changs, or maybe some of the smiley faces. You know, the one smiley that we did get in the rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have been seeing this kind of theme more and more as the bracket has progressed. It has actually really ventured a lot more off meta. Of course, you still see Goatman very prominently in the first round, but after that, it is definitely a toss-up between seeing potentially an Ivy, potentially an Opera, potentially a Hullabaloo, but like you have other options. Not many robot related options as we can see, but like there are other options that do exist.
In parentheses, Bonbon is an option. Please pick Bonbon, please. I can hear it in the back of your voice, just like Bonbon's there, Bonbon's there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I would see him at least once, but unfortunately for me, I guess that's not what we're gonna see. But in terms of things that I do want to see, we are getting into the first match here, the first half of round 1. It looks like we are going to see Omni on the Hunter side first, going up against YSL's Survivors. We'll see what Pit Stoppers is going to bring out. I can't imagine it's anything but a Goatman, but we will have to see here. The map is going to be Red Church. I'll quickly check who picked it, because I'm not 100% sure. It looks like it is Omni's map selection, so you're probably going to see maybe a little bit more of an advantage towards Pit Stoppers in this one. A bit more confident, although it's not like Red Church is uncommon, so I'm sure YSL has had lots of practice here too.
Yeah, gonna be seeing the Explorer band, the Psychologist band, the Antiquary band, and the Seer band. You know, not too crazy bands. I am curious on the Explorer band. That's not something you would usually see, but does the other team here have an Explorer among their ranks?
I'm not sure. You know, we've seen Explorer get banned here and there, picked here and there as well. I don't entirely understand. I think it's to kind of prevent potentially the Hunter from having like a strong endgame situation where he's able to camp out the ciphers or stop this.
No, that's not real. That's not real. That's not real.
There's no way. I don't see anything, but there's no way.
That's not real. That's not real. Okay, yeah, it's not real. It's not real.
Yeah, there's not a chance. There's not a chance that we're seeing it. Round 1. Keep in mind, folks. Round numero uno. It's not gonna be a Hellhammer. I refuse to believe it.
Holding, you know, I had a, for a second there, and then I realized, no, it's not possible. It is impossible to be seeing a Hellhammer right now. I would have lost it. Holding my expectations. Okay, we'll be restarting here. Not a Hellhammer. What?
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, we're gonna be restarting here. There was an error, okay, everybody, so there was an error on the side of the game makers, and there was no, spawn selection, put into effect, so, we're just kind of locking the default characters, is what happened there. I believe the ban and picks on the Survivor side should be locked, but that Hunter is gonna be, a little bit different, so...
Little bit.
But I mean, you know, if anyone was going to bring it out, it would be Pit Stoppers. It really would be.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I probably do need to keep the yelling down, but my goodness, the the volume and the microphone would not survive. Your ears would not survive. You'd have to turn down the stream volume.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just, if Hell Ember actually comes out, I mean, what are the chances? What are the chances we see a Hell Ember before a bomb? But I just cannot get off this subject. But really, what are the chances that we see a Hell Ember and no Bonbon? Like, come on, man.
Every single hunter you see, just in the back of your mind. Now, what are the chances that they pick this one before Bonbon? He looks at every single hunter in the game. He tallies up all the percent chances.
Yeah, we saw an undead. We saw a bloody queen. Like, we saw Axe Boy. Anyway, okay. I apologize for my just love of this character, everybody. Well, I will stop talking about him now, but I mean, a Hell Ember pick would be crazy.
No, he won't.
Yeah,
He's not gonna stop
right.
talking about Bonbon. The guy, guys, come on. We know him all by now. I feel like everyone here knows him by now. The amount of times that take a shot every single time he has said the name Bonbon or Guard 26. I'm very interested to see how that ends.
It's gonna end with a few very, very drunk viewers, Chip. That's how that's gonna end. Like, I really recommend nobody take part in that drinking game because you will get alcohol poisoning. I can promise you.
Remember, guys, we here at this stream, you know, we don't want anyone doing anything dangerous or that would harm themselves. But you know, if you were feeling a little silly, I'm joking. I would never promote such a thing. But Yo7 will be promoting, though, is more Bonbon propaganda, as we will be seeing here, as Pitstopper is choosing his hunter.
Yeah, I need to get, like... I really need to get, like, a shirt that just says, like, choose Bonbon or something on it. And...
You need to have a sign up, like, on the stream. It's gotta have some sort of text sign and, like, a really fancy font, really fancy border. Just pick Bonbon. That's all it says.
Yeah, please. I could, you know, during the sets that I'm not commentating, I could just have like a little emoji of my character at the bottom with like a picket sign. Please play Bonbon, please. Just because I'm not there to. But okay, all right, okay. I promise. Okay, enough Guard 26 for now. We'll circle back to him later, I'm sure, but. For right now, we're going to see the actual band picks coming into fruition here. Once again, the same thing from the survivors, of course, but, I mean, Pitstopper's going to be locking in, of course, something different here. I'd say it has to be a GOAT, right? Because this is not, like, a super anti-GOATman comp. Like, you can definitely make him work here, and he's available,
yeah,
so...
Nah, clearly there's a ban available and they did ban Goatman. You know, he's not there. Trying to, like, sway the hunters into picking more obscure picks.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very much, like, expecting the Goatman here. I mean, you know, you had the Psychologist ban, the Antiquarian ban, the Seer ban. You know, Magician isn't too difficult to work around with the staffs. You know, it's just going to be a bit more mind gaming here and there. Puppeteer is Puppeteer, First Officer is First Officer, Coordinator is Coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, a Puppeteer, of course, really good for a Goatman. But otherwise, I feel like Goatman goes pretty good. Like, Goatman into Magician, I feel like the issue with a lot of Magicians is they immediately use their wand to dodge the cage out. And they don't play a couple mind games because you know, once the wand is utilized, the Goatman then knows where you are, and you still have to win mind games anyway. So, I mean, I feel like holding on to the illusion and being greedy with Magician is the way to go against Goatman, but a lot of people not opting to do it that way use the illusion immediately, and Goatman's just able to get pretty good hits on Magician. So, I mean, take that as you will.
Yeah, just. You know, I think being patient with the wands is a very important thing, but it is hard to be patient with those wands when you are stuck in that cage with Goatman. Goatman is terrifying. Yeah, gonna be seeing the Goatman pick coming out here, of course. Pretty sure every single person expected this except Yo7. You know, he had that, he was still holding on and clinging on to that belief it was gonna be a Guard 26.
I think those dreams have died, Chip, at this point. Like, we are in the semifinals, and guard 26 is just nowhere to be seen. Like, I've given up hope. I think it's time to put that in the cooler.
Yep, gonna be seeing coordinator with the flywheel broken windows, first officer with the tie turner, magician with the flywheel, and puppeteer with the flywheel tie turner. Nothing too crazy here. Gonna be having a few characters without the borrow time, wanting to invest in that early game, especially you're gonna want to do that against the Goatman, who has such a strong early game and is definitely probably the best hunter in the game with the best early game that you could possibly have at the start of a match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even with the potential resentment issues he will run into, and every single other hunter is dwarfed in comparison to Goatman. Not even in just the early game. Goatman, I mean, like I've said many times, really the kind of one hunter that remains as just first pick. You can pick him into hard counters, you can pick him into basically anything on any map and still achieve great results with him because he just is that strong. And he's kind of the only hunter left that's like that. Opera Singer, Ivy, Hullabaloo, obviously have all fallen from grace. Many more hunters in the past have also fallen down that same path, so Goatman really the only option left.
Yeah, that hunter meta was crazy though. I mean, sheesh, the amount of picks that you had if all of them got banned, but almost every hunter has taken a hard blow to what they were able to do, and it's kind of sad, but also I am kind of happy. So we could see other things come out and be utilized here. Having the Goatman still there as an option with how good he is. I mean, it's kind of hard to nerf a hunter with this kit.
It really is. I mean, what can you really do to him? Make his resentment tick up even slower? I mean, I guess that would do it.
That would do it, I suppose. But I mean, they've already hit him quite a few times, and he is still the GOAT. So gonna be seeing him trailing onto the survivor here. This is the puppeteer. Gonna be trying to use this first cage here at this window. Does use it. Misses that first attack. Puppeteer using that first Luis already.
Yep, pit stoppers. I mean, just gonna go for a hit here. If he doesn't have to use the resentment, why bother? And I think that is absolutely the right call. A lot of people would probably just not be disciplined enough to use the cage there. It looks like though the puppeteer is gonna be able to kite out a cage in return for that free chip hit. I get it, taking one anyway though.
There. Yeah, the chip hits on the Goatman against a puppeteer especially is very important. You don't have to use as many cages, and a lot of the time you're already just chip hitting puppeteer anyway, in a sense, every time he uses his Luis doll. So taking those hits when he's not using that doll and getting that presence up early is a pretty good thing for our hunter here. Bitstopper is going to be getting his first down at a decent time. This 3 ciphers are being worked on right now. One at 79, one at 77, and another at 50. Not too terrible ciphers for our hunter here.
Yeah, I mean, not too terrible. You could really, the cipher progress right now could go either way. Johnny 2016 going to be found right away, take a cage to the face, and now Pit Stoppers, he's going to be able to cut off this rescue. There's no way first officer can get there in time. It's just not going to happen. Waits out the watch timer just to be sure, gets him down with blink, and here comes the magician, the saving grace for the puppeteer. But I mean, this is a double down chip, however you slice it, and flywheel used as well.
Magician gonna be flywheeling the voices there, and first officer being down right now, just getting that extra bit of slowdown on the character who's already slow at decoding ciphers. That 20% hurts quite a bit in these matches. Gonna be seeing the puppeteer trying to win a few mind games here at this spot. He's gonna successfully win a mind game here, but what are you gonna do against a Goatman who has a cage on you in a corner of the map? I mean, that's so difficult to survive.
Yeah, I mean, the answer, Chip, the real answer that I'm about to give you is go down, and that is about all you can do against a Goatman in that situation, especially as a puppeteer. 3/4 damage, no items left to his name. Yeah, just really not a lot you can do.
I'm seeing the coordinator coming in here for this rescue. She does have the gun available, but our Goatman also has resentment available. Gonna be using that flywheel for that first initial hit. Gonna be taking that first hit. Puppeteer gonna be getting rescued off of the chair. Let's see how this coordinator is able to use her gun in order to support this Puppeteer's kite.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, of course. If the coordinator is not inside of that cage when it comes out, the gun is not going to be usable. But no tie turner on the field, which does mean... Oh, Goatman actually locking himself out of his own cage there. And, I mean, this Puppeteer not even having to expend his Lewis yet, buying so much time.
Yeah, this is a pretty great chase for these survivors, buying so much time for them to be able to code these ciphers, and that Luis Puppy is going to be coming out there buying at least 10 more seconds. He does have a flywheel on hand to survive just a little bit longer. Let's see how many mind games is going to be able to win at this pallet. Not exactly the best pallet for survivors to be trying to kite at, but he is going to be using it pretty well, dodging out 4 missed swings here and using that flywheel, 5 missed swings, and finally going to be going down there. Good amount of time wasted there, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, 5 mind games won at the pallet. Pit Stoppers refusing to walk through it, and the Puppeteer just being way too disciplined to pull it down every single time. And now, I mean, he is going to be sent back to the manor here, but with substantial progress on the ciphers finished in his name, Coordinator still hanging on to that gun. We see the first officer now juggling a perfume. Coordinator actually juggling a illusion. So the survivors, they're definitely, they've taken the time to reset and given themselves items, making sure that they're very prepared for this end game here, Chip.
Ooh, looks like our Goman's gonna be making a bit of a mistake there, which is kind of okay. He still does have resentment here to be able to utilize, but yeah, this final cipher here is at 50, and we got the Magician working on another cipher that's gonna be decoded very quickly, as we do have Distillery decoding up. Coordinator gonna be taking it down there, but that's okay. We do have the first officer at full health and with a perfume and with a tie turner on hand to be able to probably secure this tie here. Let's see. There's a decision here to either try to stop the rescue or go harass the cipher that's currently being decoded. Let's see what Pit Stoppers does here.
It looks like he's gonna opt to go for the rescue. Seeing that it's officer once again. Magician in the area. Magician really acting as more of a rescue than the first officer in this game. Gotten 2 rescues off the chair as opposed to the first officer 0. First officer gonna barely escape the cage once again, but Pit Stoppers finding the window of opportunity and downing him directly through it. Now teleporting, being very aggressive.
Yeah, so we're gonna see he's slugging that first officer yet again. We did see him slug him earlier. Magician gonna be playing a few mind games here. In this cage, he does have all 3 wands available, so he is gonna buy out enough time to actually survive a cage here. And our gunman's gonna have to start building up more and more resentment, as he is kind of low on it. And Coordinator is gonna be trying to get that final cipher out. She does have an illusion and a flywheel on hand.
Yeah, an illusion, a flywheel, and it looks like both of them are used to perfect, you know, to perfect success. Pit Stoppers just slamming his back into a wall there, trying to head to the other side of the cage. Now forced to go for this Magician once again. The middle cipher slowly creeping up to that 90%, really trying to put a kibosh on the decoding, but not being able to commit to anybody is really hurting him here.
Good watch by our first officer. Great usage there. Just buying more and more time for these final ciphers to get done. Obviously, we see both of these ciphers here are almost done, and we're going to be seeing that final cipher actually primed now. Just buying enough time to be able to get, you know, just enough ciphers done, even with all the pressure that Pit Stoppers was putting onto the survivor team here. We're still able to get all of these ciphers done.
Yeah, I mean, really a great performance against a Goatman to be able to get into this position of getting a draw. I mean, the cipher is primed, and of course, Pit Stoppers probably knows that it looks like they're just going to opt to pop it. Yeah, gonna take a hit on the first officer. He is not gonna be going down. He will go down to another hit of any kind here, but the cage once again missing. Dropping Pit right down into the dungeon. Gonna go for this Coordinator. She does still have her gun available. Tries to predict it with the cage, locking himself out of 2 cages now. Coordinator still hasn't used the gun. Walking up, she's probably gonna use it here. Not really a whole lot of ways he can dodge it, but he does. Yeah, he does manage to dodge it in some sense. Now, probably going to just make his way immediately across the other side of the map. Not even going to bother about it, but that big gate is getting pushed. 80 resentment on the board. Can do a double cage. I don't think he's going to make it, though, Chip.
No, he's definitely not. And Coordinator does have flywheel, so she is, you know, a little bit faster getting, but he's going to cage the Magician off. Oh, but he does manage to break the gate in time. Oh, that was a little bit scary there for the survivor team here. But let's see if Coordinator is able to get up in time against the Goatman, who does have 2 cages available to be put down here.
Yeah, 2 cages. It looks like she is going to be able to utilize that exit path, but it's not going to keep her alive for long, and we're going to be seeing a draw from Pit Stoppers in this first half of round 1 here.
Yeah, getting that tie against the Goatman pick, pretty important. You know, you want to get, even if it's not the greatest result, it is a pretty good result against a meta pick, against the best hunter pick. And I'd say they're in a pretty good spot here.
Yeah, I definitely YSL having, I would say, a fairly good shot now going into the second half of round number 1. You know, all their hunter needs to do, 7 Lua, a really remarkable hunter, as we definitely saw in his previous performances. All they really need to do is secure a win or a draw. Like, they're not in a very pressured situation where they need to get that forced survivor elimination, as you see so many times in the early stages of tournaments. It's almost expected for that first round, but not in this first round. A draw, all that's necessary to keep things all tied up into round number 2. And this is exactly how YSL, at least in my opinion, ended up winning their previous matchup against Prototype. Is they built up a lot of advantages in the couple first rounds. Even though they were technically drawn with Prototype, they had just better global bans. They ended up on their map pick, and they were able to take advantage of it. All these little tiny things at the most crucial moment, and secured the win.
Yo, really happy to see that match there. Pretty exciting match. Gotta say, you know, watching the Goatman is obviously extremely terrifying. I'm sure it's extremely more terrifying to be going against that Goatman on the Red Church against pretty good ciphers that he had there in that endgame. You know, able to defend them pretty well, but did have to use a good amount of resentment in order to be able to try to take out those survivors, even if they were injured and in a somewhat disadvantageous position inside of that church. You know, having that third survivor alive to be able to get that other cipher primed is really what helped them tied up that match there.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, and it definitely, I think those items that they picked up, I mentioned it, you know, Coordinator picked herself up an illusion, the first officer picking himself up, I can't remember I think he also got an illusion, but, you know, opening those chests, taking that little bit of time to restock their items a little bit, actually made it very, very difficult for Pit Stoppers to get the downs that he needed. You know, when you're going back and forth between ciphers like that, you need to exert a lot of pressure on the survivors. You need to be getting the survivors down, and if the survivors manage to evade you for a prolonged period of time, you see exactly what happened there. You just end up popping the ciphers because the hunter is spreading themselves too thin. They can't commit to anybody. They're trying to exert a lot of pressure, but they're not succeeding at it, and you just end up in that drawn state.
Yeah, definitely finding that time to reset it, you know, against the Goatman is a very difficult thing to do, right? You know, having those cages, having such great mobility, and having such great map pressure at his disposal. The fact that they were able to go off at at the most opportune moments in that match to be able to find more resources to be able to use in that end game after they exhausted their resources, really helped them keep them in that match, and you know, keeping them in this round.
Yeah, keeping them, I mean, not even just keeping them in this round, keeping them potentially with the leg up on Omni right now. A little bit of an advantage state, I would say, from YSL, because, you know, it is that first round. The hunter is able to more or less run free with whatever they want to pick. You know, there are no global bans, there are no bans that the survivors have. You know, they are essentially left with no defenses other than the characters that they are able to pick themselves. And that, even if you go something, you know, extremely strong in the first round with the global ban system, it could come back to haunt you very much in the later rounds. So it is I think a difficult spot right now for Omni to be in.
Yeah, it's a very difficult, you know, balanced sort of game, right? You have lots of resources at your disposal, lots of strong characters, but if you use them at the wrong moment, or you use them in a match that you end up losing, then you don't have access to that character anymore. and then you're stuck with something worse, or you know, something that isn't gonna help you as much as that other character that you already brought out would have helped you. So you gotta pick and choose very carefully here.
Yeah, you definitely there's a lot of, you know, picking the lesser of two evils, I would say, in your character selection phase, in the band pick area. You know, you're picking your poisons, you're picking the best of two kind of bad options. You know, it's kind of like voting in a lot of ways, Chip. You know, you're picking the best of the worst, and okay.
Yeah, saying that to an American, I'm quite familiar. But anyways,
regardless of that, you know, you really are picking the best of the worst situations a lot of the time. Potentially being forced in a lot of ways to go for very strong characters first that are going to be global banned in the future. And a global ban also means that you're not you're not going to be able to pick them, of course, but two, the hunter doesn't have to waste a ban on them in the future. So if the hunter has more things that they can take away from you, maybe they can start venturing into more you know, more personal picks that you may have up your sleeves and the hunter knows about, to remove those from your arsenal. So it's definitely a balancing act. I think I like the way you put it best.
yeah, and let's see if our survivors and hunter are able to pull off that balancing act and not fall off the tightrope, and are able to make it across to the finish line. Let's see what characters they're going to be picking and what bands are going to be selected by our hunter here first off. The priestess, of course. Oh, not the priestess. Okay, the seer and the puppeteer band's going to be coming out here as our first two on Red Church yet again, of course.
Yeah, it does. Looks like is okay with having the priestess. Maybe potentially considering banning it. Priestess, pretty strong character on Church, actually, if you do have voice communication. Of course, that is gonna get Omni to immediately take the psychologist and the antiquarian. And here's where that stuff we were talking about earlier does come into play, because antiquarian now not something that 7 Blue is gonna have to worry about banning in the future, although, you know, of course, if he can quash it right now and not have to deal with any sort of point deficit it may create in the present.
I'm seeing the Aeroplanist, the third band for our hunter here. Aeroplanist just being a solid character overall to be able to buy as much distance as you can. Pretty decent to go in for have as like a sort of secondary rescue. You know, being able to close that distance in on the chair to be able to get that tied off is quite important. Gonna be seeing the Gravekeeper, the third pick here, looking like a very solid survivor team so far overall.
Yeah, very solid. Definitely not a lot of weak spots from this survivor team. Of course, you don't you don't necessarily see teams picking these kind of glass cannony builds that you may have seen in the past. Actually, the hunter there not selecting a fourth ban, potentially thinking a little bit too long on that one. So we'll see what the survivors pick and response. Has one extra character to work with than they would have had before. We'll see if that ends up kind of coming back to haunt the YSL hunter here. But yeah, going for the embalmer, definitely looking like they want to draw.
Yeah, and after that first draw there, you know, it's a pretty safe play to get that draw for your own team. Especially with the team comp that we have here, you know, Psychologist to be able to take that extra hit in that early game, Gravekeeper, the 2 shovels, and the chip buff that he recently got, along with Pushback, and Antiquarian, of course, being Antiquarian. I'm sure all of us Hunter players have great experiences with Antiquarian, and I'm sure a lot of us have a good amount of bruises from the amount of times we've been swung at with the flute.
Yeah, funny you should mention that. I played a single match before we started here today during the intermission. I played a single match of IDV. It was a quick match and Antiquarian was out, and guess who gave me a 12-second disarm and walked scot-free out the exit gate?
So we definitely know who Yo7's 4th survivor ban would have been there. Definitely the Antiquarian after the punishment that he got dished out in that match that he had during the intermission.
First survivor ban.
Picking their talents here. You know, nothing too crazy it's looking like, yeah. And now we have Peter gonna be picking his hunter. Let's see who it is. Guys, it's Bon Bon. Guys, it's Luchino. Guys, it's gonna be, I don't even know.
I mean, we did see 7 Lua here picking the guard, or not the guard 26, the bloody queen. Oh, you know, just kidding. No one wants that pick, but yeah, going for the opera singer. One of the best opera singers in the region. You know, very consistently ranked very highly on the opera singer leaderboard. I actually double checked yesterday. I think they're like 3rd right now. Over 10,000 points on the character, which is, you know, where it starts getting very difficult to gain points. So you definitely have to, you know, tip your hat a little bit to that. And we saw Prototype pretty much target banning the opera singer from 7 Lua completely forever yesterday. So I think just trying to get it out round 1 at least so they get to play it.
Yeah, you know, if they're not gonna have it, then they might as well use it while they have it now. And bring that the opera singer, you know, pretty good pick on the red church here. I gotta say, gonna have to definitely do a lot of mind gaming against the anti-Korean. Make sure that you get her flew out and get her to miss, so you're able to get that swing off without getting any sort of disarmed.
Yeah, the antiquarian, definitely not a character like everybody else here is fine. Like Gravekeeper, yes, he has the shovels, but once again, Opera Singer is a character that kind of thrives during the chase, so tanky survivors are not the biggest issue for her. But Antiquarian could definitely be a problem, because it doesn't matter how you cut it. If she gets 1 flute, she's getting the other 2, and then you're disarmed for 12 seconds. So that's going to be like kind of a permanent thing that you're going to have to deal with. You know, especially if she comes in for the support of her other teammates. It's going to be difficult. It's harder to deal with her as the opera singer.
And 12 seconds is a freaking long time, especially in IDV. I mean, if you really think about it, it's that 12 seconds divided amongst the 3 other survivors that are decoding. And essentially, that's 36 seconds of cipher progress that they're able to get for free while you're just standing there looking stupid. You know, you're holding your arm up. I've been hurt, while the anti-Korean is laughing at you, transition kiting to another of one of the best areas in the map, and then you're getting bullied, and then you're crying, and then you're looking at your rank go down, and I'm trauma dumping. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you know, when you translate it to decoding, I mean, what does 12 seconds buy you in decoding time? Like, that's got to be like 15-20% of a cipher, right?
It's a good amount of percentage, especially, you know, if you're not taking into account all the buffs and debuffs on decoding. Overall, you know, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we all are quite aware, especially, you know, those of us that play a lot of Hunter, of how, wow, you can make, I didn't even not know you could make that, but okay.
Yeah, yo, our opera showing off that they know their dash distance here. Gonna be trying to do a little bit of a mind game with that shadow dance, but actually probably missing the shadow that they wanted to teleport back to, but getting that first hit on the embalmer, you know, chasing that embalmer here first is a little scary, right? Because it's you know, he doesn't need anyone to go rescue him. He has that coffin, be able to help him. It does get the pallet stun there, and is able to probably use the broken windows here. Yep, it's gonna be using that broken windows, getting that speed boost out, just wasting more and more precious time against this opera singer who really needs that quick down, especially against the embalmer who's able to pretty safely secure a draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, getting away with that pallet vault right in front of the opera singer's nose. You know she is mad about that one. I absolutely would be. But I mean, broken windows, the persona trait that you would rather have over Flywheel against an opera singer. Looks like another pallet drop is going to happen. Shadow Dance coming out, and Balmer is going to fall down. But the ciphers are looking beautiful, and they do not have to send a survivor to rescue.
Oh man, that's 3 ciphers already done, and you're cheering an embalmer, so he's just gonna immediately get rescued. Every survivor is gonna immediately transition to the next cipher that they need to work on, and this is gonna be so difficult. Even with our Sangria here having the abnormal, I mean, she isn't really gonna find the time here to be able to utilize it too well, I think. And I mean, we see here the Antiquarian also here to provide more support and harass this proper singer, getting her dash a little bit canceled there and back swung.
Yeah, I mean, let's just forget about finding time for the abnormal for a second. What is there to abnormal? All the ciphers are completed. Like there's like about 20% progress. You're only getting half value for your abnormal at current, and I mean that's if you use it right now. It's probably gonna be a dead trait for this entire game.
The right swipe. Gonna be dodging that third hit, but you know, just a little bit more time bought there is, you know, just enough for these survivors to be able to work with. And they have a psychologist. Healing doesn't even exist. That's not even a time period that this hunter has, you know, to be able to utilize to their advantage to catch off 2 survivors off guard. No, this antiquarian is already fully healed, and they're getting those 2 final ciphers done. Going to be going into normal this cipher, you know, to finally use that trait for once on something, get some value out there, and let's see how useful that'll be in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, that abnormal will definitely, I think, buy the opera singer just enough time to probably get this draw. They're gonna have to start that one over again. Antiquarian taking a spill for the embalmer. Probably didn't want to quite do that. Wanted the stick to be used. Embalmer getting a dodge out. The shadow not available, but going down anyway. And yeah, it looks like it looks like that abnormal actually made a big difference.
It actually did. Finding just a little bit of time to squeeze out that abnormal, even if it's a one-time use, being able to get that draw here with the opera singer, quite important, especially against a team like this, who, you know, they were wanting to secure this tie from the start, picking that embalmer.
Yeah, I mean, you really, if you're 7 Luro here, you really just do not want to lose. That is the big name of the game at this point. You really just don't want to lose. You know, if this game didn't go your way, you know, the ciphers just went a little bit too quickly from the side of Omni. You know, it is how it is. It happens sometimes. You just need to secure that 2 survivor elimination. Make sure that you draw things out. Don't concede a round point. That is the big thing there, because that is the #1 thing that we do look for when deciding. Just do not give up that round point, and you will be okay.
Yeah, that is the most important thing, right? You know, losing is the last thing you want to do here. If you can secure that draw, you know, going into overtime, you know, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of time for all those matches to come out, but it is not a loss, and that is the last thing that you want. Gonna be doing a little bit of a mind game there with the carpet, getting the hit on the Gravekeeper, but all 3 survivors are up here, and these are 2 ciphers here that are being worked on by the survivor team. Gonna be swapping over that teleport and getting the mind game hit at that pallet. That was pretty important to get.
Yeah, that's really important. And now all the survivors are injured. You know, 7 Luro, I really thought it was gonna look like a draw. It looked like a very, very drawn position, but finding, you know, those little cracks and being able to move themselves into a winning position in this game almost.
No, Gravekeeper! Oh, if he did not get that shovel off, oh my goodness. Okay, Gravekeeper getting that buff to his shovel to be able to go into the ground faster, really showing its usefulness there. It's gonna be winning another mind game at a pallet. Is getting that hit through it, and now this survivor team is, you know, all of a sudden this match just, you know, how the turntables. Am I right? You know, we see 2 survivors here that are incapacitated in some sort of way, 1 on a chair and 1 down, and the antiquarian is gonna have to pull out a miracle to get this chair rescue and for this final cipher to be completed.
Yeah, I mean, this antiquarian trying to just win any sort of mind game they can, really trying to get the hunter to overcommit here, but they just will not do it. Shadow dancing back, gonna be taking a hit from the antiquarian.
Big
Flywheel
flywheel
coming into effect, going now for the psychologist once again, trying to eliminate them out of this game. Gravekeeper is gonna be pushing that cipher. We can expect the antiquarian to do the same to this cipher, force the opera singer to commit to at least one of them so they could try to prime the other.
Now here's the problem that these survivors have. She has a teleport up, so the moment that she gets this down, even if it's a little bit quick here, she's gonna immediately teleport to that other survivor, and they're gonna be in a slugging situation. No, actually not.
Teleporting to the wrong cipher. This is huge for the survivors. Gravekeeper actually breaking this pallet, giving enough time for the cipher to be primed.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's a very unfortunate mistake. I'm sure a lot of us have made that in our matches here. Gonna be trying to bait out that cipher with a little bit of a swing there, trying to just, you know, do a little bit of something here, but you don't want that Gravekeeper to get another item to be able to use in his kite. So having to swing at that chest, bar time is going to be used here, and she's going to be going back to this gate where the Antiquarian is. Antiquarian having a slower gate opening speed, is definitely in a little bit of trouble here, especially without an item or a flywheel.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually an amazing way to force the hunter to hit you instead of just being able to freely go to this cipher. Antiquarian, though, about nothing to work with, no flywheel or anything, just one broken window, and it's going to be a terror shock. Not that it was needed with the tension. Teleport not up, though. It is an Opera Singer. Gravekeeper's going to start pushing the gate. I mean, I think he's going to be able to get out, but that is going to be a win for YSL.
Yeah, the 3K coming out here on the Opera Singer before the Opera Singer gets banned out of his hands, and we can see why these survivors would want to ban the Opera Singer. You know, getting this 3K, quite the great result for this team.
I mean, everybody, this is exactly why this is one of the individuals that is debated to be one of the greatest hunters on this server. Just out of everybody, and you can see it exactly there. The game sense, the knowledge, the ability to find just the tiniest little pressure point to exploit on the survivors and extrapolating it into taking this amazing, this opportunity and getting a win out of a situation I thought would never be a win.
I mean, if you were to put me in the exact same position, I would have gone probably 1K. You know, I mean, that the fact that they were able to pinpoint exactly what points to be able to go and to harass those ciphers and those survivors, what would be the most optimal and advantageous thing to go for in that exact moment. I mean, the micro plays that were being made there from our Sangria were so crucial to winning that match. I could never.
Yeah, I mean, and you gotta just wonder, Chip, what would have happened if they did teleport to the correct cipher there? I mean, it was really looking like a forced survivor elimination because Gravekeeper, he's got to start that thing up from, I believe, 60%, while Antiquarian tries to kite there with, not even the full amount of power. There was some depleted resources. She had absolutely nothing to utilize. So, I mean, really almost lucky from Omni that they managed to get even one survivor out the gate.
Yeah, because that denies the 2 points instead of getting that extra point. Right? Yeah. It's if they would have gotten that 4K there, they would have had the 5 instead of the 3 points.
Yes, I believe as points are right now. Yeah, we are 5-2 or 5-3, pardon me, in favor of YSL. So, that's a really big difference because I believe it's 7. Otherwise, it's 7-2. So 5-3, not looking that bad when you're comparing it to 7-2. So getting one survivor out of that gate, really important. 2-point gap, not insurmountable. If you end up being drawn on round wins, of course, round wins being the major thing to go for, but a big importance to just at least not take a 4K.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why both of these teams are fighting till the end, for their lives, the blood, sweat, and tears coming out, so they can make sure that point difference is as minimal as possible, and so that their team is able to get the advantage. If your team is on the lower end of points, really denying the point advantage is very important.
Yeah, it really is. We do see that Omni now. That was actually Omni's map as well. So YSL taking a win on the home turf of the opposing team, which is something to definitely note as well. But Omni now banning out Moonlit River Park. We're gonna see the map pick from YSL shortly here. But I mean, just so far, just phenomenal play from both of these teams. Once again, of course, it is really the head between two big powerhouses so far in this tournament. Both teams having crushed the opposition up until this point. So it really is just anyone's game so far.
Yeah, seeing here, the Goat Man and the Opera Singer picks, coming out to play for the first 2 matches here, and it was really showing that it's not always the hunter. Sometimes it comes down to the player as well, as we can see there. That Opera Singer just that player really showing how well they know their character and how scary Opera Singer can still be even in the current meta.
Yeah, you know, it just 7 Luo been a player that has consistently just gone above and beyond, at least to surprise me, I would say, Chip. I'm not sure about anybody else, but for me, absolutely, it just everything they do, you know, the moment I think that they have hit the ceiling and potentially might be outmatched or in a situation that's insurmountable, they step up and perform and manage to get exactly what they need to get it going. And it looks like YSL actually has chosen Sacred Heart Hospital, a very survivor-sided map, definitely making it speaking of 7 Luo, making it as difficult for them as possible, really as hard as they can get for hunters in that map. I don't really know. I mean, I'm sure they've got a plan, but I'm really curious to find out what the plan is.
I'm quite excited to see the hospital. You know, I know it's a map that a lot of people despise to go onto as a hunter, but myself, I actually find it to be weirdly, how do I put this? Like, you really have to think creatively on, you know, inside the main building, because I feel like there's a lot of little things that you're able to do, you know, especially depending on the hunter they're using. I, being the Lucino main, have lots of ways to be able to utilize that hospital in unique ways. As far as wouldn't see coming, allow me to get that 4K. So I am excited to see what these hunters are going to be doing here inside the hospital, if, you know, or if they're just going to ignore it, you know, which I'm sure a lot of us do, including myself sometimes.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I definitely do that, myself being a, you know, Guard 26 and Bloody Queen player. That hospital doesn't treat me too well. It counters both of my characters extremely effectively, so I treat that as like a no touching zone. The moment you you go in the boundaries of that hospital, like, I am going away. I am leaving you. You can have a vacation there if you wish, because there is no way you are gonna bait me to come into that hospital under any circumstances. But one thing that I'm curious about, we did see 7 Luo, the hunter for YSL here, play Clerk yesterday. Now, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Hospital is a fairly solid map for Clerk.
Yes. You know, she doesn't really have to worry too much about the pallets inside, you know, that God pallet up top, you know, by the drop down. God, we all know that pallet, being forced to break that on most of the hunters since they don't usually have ways to get around it. But, you know, Clark able to store up recordings, you know, being able to block that window, being able to break those pallets or reverse the pallet drop entirely, is, you know, quite great to have in her kit. And you know, I'm sure a lot of us don't really think about Clerk a lot nowadays, but, you know, we have been seeing Clerk players in this tournament really shine through.
Yeah, we definitely have. Clerk been a character that's actually seen like a fair amount of usage, honestly. Like, we've seen her, I think, 4 times now, and she's achieved good results pretty much every single time that she has been used. And a Hospital, of course, being one of the maps where Clerk can definitely come out. It was showcased by 7 Luo yesterday. We could potentially see them break it out again. I mean, they did also play Bloody Queen yesterday, so who really knows what they truly have in their mind, you know, up their sleeves, ready to blindside Omni with. But I mean, I wonder what Pitstoppers has planned for this map, because it wasn't his decision, all right? It was not Omni's decision to play on this map, so probably a pretty scary position for him to be in right now.
God, I'd be terrified of the things that the survivors could bring out on this map. You know, you got so many survivors that are able to utilize the drop down point inside of the hospital when you're taking the stairs and you go up and you see that broken wall there, and the amount of patience, the amount of perfumers, the amount of toy merchants, the amount of I don't even know what else you could be using for that hole there is, I'm sure we've all had some sort of experience with holes. Anyways, with that hole specifically.
Yes, that is a very unfortunate hole there. It's, you know, especially because it's right beside the pallet and
pallet.
that one pallet, we all know. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, but even hunters that have ways around pallets don't necessarily need to break them. Pretty much are always forced to break that one. So, yeah, it's an extremely powerful pallet, but of course, Clark being a character that just has ways around it. I mean, I don't really know what other hunters would just not have to break that. Night Watch, I guess, but he's gonna have to deal with it later.
Aqua Lucino can jump through the roof, but that's like a very specific thing, and they have to keep running. Most hunters have to break that. I mean, it is a transition point into the hospital. It is so good. Remember where there used to be 2 windows there? I feel old.
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to remember when there was 2 windows. I used to play cowboy and go into the center there and just lasso people into, like, through the windows into that area, and people were so mad in the post chat.
I know what kind of person you are. Oh my goodness. And here we thought, ladies and gentlemen, Canadians were the nicest people on planet Earth. We have Yo7 bring out the cowboy when there used to be 2 windows there. The 2 windows, if anyone remembers the 2 windows there, if you played Hunter in that godforsaken spot, I prayed for you. I prayed for you. I prayed for myself.
Yeah, it was hard. I mean, you know, in my defense, okay, back in my day,
God.
Back in my day, like, you know, the smiley face was the meta hunter, so it's like, can you really blame me?
I guess I really can. Taking our attention back to the match at hand here, we're seeing the Wildling, the coordinator, and the puppeteer getting banned. Goatman, of course, taking the ban. Because why would you want to go against the Goatman if you have the option to be able to ban him? Anyways, seeing the Seer, the Ford, and the Florian be the picks for our Survivor team here. Mechanic gonna be taking that 4th ban, not wanting to get that tie.
Yeah, not wanting to tie here. Of course, if you are YSL, I mean, ties are honestly okay for you right now because you have gotten you've secured 1 win on the board for your round. So if you are to just go forward and tie every single match, like, yeah, they're probably not unhappy with that situation. The thing really, again, going back to what I was saying in the previous match, like, the big thing really is just don't lose. Of course, we saw 7 Luo just not losing, but actually winning out of a very tough position to get that win out of. But I mean, right now, just the big thing is don't lose. Don't give pit stoppers any room to really pull something off, you know, pull some crazy thing out of the hat and tie things up in terms of rounds. Like, that is worst case scenario for YSL right now. That's what they're gonna want to prevent most of all. So I mean, we might see a little bit more passive play from the Hunter.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be too surprised to see, especially on the Sacred Heart Hospital, you know, map where it doesn't exactly want you to be chill, but yes, God forbid a person be a nonchalant hunter, you know? God forbid.
Yeah.
Seeing where a hunter player is going to be picking here on the Sacred Heart Hospital, I'm waiting anxiously.
Yeah, I mean, we really will just have to see. It's gonna be a hullabaloo. Saw this played once again by 7 Luo yesterday. Not too surprised to see the hullabaloo come out now. This is a time where drawing isn't a big issue. You can take a draw and it'll be okay. You just have to have a lot of confidence in your survivors to do the same, and, you know, potentially does have that confidence because it is Sacred Heart Hospital. Everybody remember, like, survivors definitely have their hands held a little bit in this map in terms of that big giant hospital in the center of it. Very great kiting area. So I mean, I'm a big fan of this pick, I have to say.
Yeah, you know, nothing that's exactly you know, really bad or out of place here. You know, these survivors have pretty good ways to make distance against the hullabaloo, pretty good ways to slow him down. You know, hullabaloo did get that nerf the one time, you know, where Ford is able to stun him even if he is in the red zone, because there's a I believe 0.25 second delay on getting your skills canceled. So Ford is able to get that stun off, you know, unless he messes it up somehow. But most of the time he's gonna be able to do that now, which is great, especially against, you know, the hullabaloo, who was at one point, dear God, terrifying. It was, being in the same match as him. The trauma.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it was physically painful.
Great spawns for the survivors here, nothing too crazy. Definitely not the spawns that you're seeing in your Mammoth to Griffin ranked matches, because I know your heart's stuck in there. I'm talking to you, fellow viewer. Anyways, Hullabaloo gonna be spawning in the top left section here. No, I know you're still stuck on Bonbon, so I'm not even gonna try. Alright,
Anyway.
we're loading in here.
That's
Yeah, I love you, man. I love you, man. Don't forget it. Don't forget it.
not as much as I love Bonbon, I'll assure you of that.
I don't think any love is able to outlove the love you have for Bonbon.
Yeah,
I mean,
not at all.
that's like, I don't even know what kind of love that is. I'm not even sure if there's a way to be able to represent it in words. The love, the bond that is there. Love between man and his robot penguin.
Yeah, ever since first sight, he planted a bomb in my heart, and it's been there ever since. Anyway, do we see the let's see the Hullabaloo looking like
the survivor.
Yeah, a bit of trouble finding the first chase. Gonna head into the hospital. Place down a peeper. Bringing peepers into this match. A little bit not that surprising, but maybe a little bit surprising. Not having warp.
Not exactly too crazy. In the hospital, having the peepers there just means that, the high walls don't exactly matter too much. You're still able to place your clones down and able to snipe survivors out and catch them off guard and off position. Having the slower vaults at windows and, all the pallets that are here on this map is quite handy, and he does have the trump card if he ever does need a swap at any moment in this match. Florian gonna be using that first balloon there to be able to just transition like so well, and using that second one to be able to slow down this Hullabaloo even more, to be able to transition downstairs. And now seeing the Seer here gonna be changing targets, as he does have 2 tags on this Seer now immediately, which is very important. Let's see if he's able to get that 3rd tag with that clone. Gonna be missing that clone, which is very unfortunate.
It canceled the abilities too. Like, it even canceled the abilities, but not quite finding the third stack of the bombs there. I mean, Seer still has Owl to use. Yeah, pretty rough spot for the Hullabaloo right now.
Oh my god, that was nasty. That was exactly on point. Unfortunately, the flywheel's not gonna be exactly on point. They're gonna be taking that hit there, but I mean, a beautiful owl. Jesus. Anyways, the people are gonna be coming down here in the ruins area. Hullabaloo on cooldowns, does have a trapeze available. Let's see if he's gonna use it here. Does use it. Seer, knowing that he's gonna use it, actually touches back into the white zone and does not take an extra tag there. That is so important for the survivor team.
But takes 2 tags now, and now.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Just as I was saying, things were looking a little rough for the Hullabaloo. He does that. I don't know how to describe what that was, but it was something. It was something amazing.
My eyes have witnessed beauty, and the beauty is this match here. The Seer immediately gonna be taking another 2 tags, but the tide is up, so that is gonna be 20 seconds bot for these survivors, a crucial 20 seconds, might I add. Forward's gonna be taking that red tag there immediately. Nothing too scary though. He's gonna be looking for that 2nd tag. Let's see if he's able to get it. No, Forward gonna be using a little bit of football just to gain that tiny amount of distance that does matter, not be able to take that 2nd tag there. And let's see if he's able to get this stun.
He
does get the stun.
Yeah, and this is definitely a much more surviving the series living
tag there, very important. Yeah, I mean,
another owl coming to fruition.
Oh my. That's so good. That's so good. Gonna be taking 2 tags, which is unfortunate, but I mean, the harassment against the Hullabaloo, it's so hard for him to deal with if they do get that stun off and if they do get that balloon rescue, because now he has to get another 3 tags. 3 tags is not scary is scary when you're in that first chase, but when you're getting slugged and when you're trying to get that balloon harassment, that 3 tags is a lot of time that you're able to buy. And we're seeing here that the forward is gonna be buying a bit more time, is able to get that push, which means another 3 tags is gonna have to go onto this Seer. He does swap traps onto the excitement to try to deal with the forward, but it might be too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, I mean, the forward now going down into 2 tags, having to use that football to get away here, but he doesn't even need to actually tackle the Hullabaloo into any objects. Just hitting him during the animation is enough. And you could see here the harassment just being a huge hill for the Hullabaloo to overcome. Now not even having teleport for endgame. This is bad.
Yeah, the last cipher is primed, and this seer isn't even dead on chair. I mean, you already used your trump card. The one thing that you had going for you in that endgame is no longer there, and you don't have detention. You're in such a disadvantageous position. Instantly popping the cipher because the seer has no BT on hand. This airplane is going to be trying to take as many tags as he possibly can, but seer is going to be going down. Very unfortunate for the survivor team. Let's see if he's able to get this double down.
Yeah, no borrowed time, but also no detention, no endgame trades coming in from the Hullabaloo. It looks like he is going to be able to snag the aeroplanist, though.
Okay, that is a down, or a chair, a survivor out of this match, while aeroplanist is slugged on the ground.
Yeah, they're going to try to heal him up. I don't think they're going to have enough time to go for this chip.
No, this is a draw.
This is a draw. Actually opting to go for and leaving him, realizing that aeroplane is just too close to self-healing.
He's telling him to just, hop off his lawn. He's getting too old for this. And Floyan will be doing just that, heading towards the exit gate along with his forward teammate. And yeah, that is a draw for our Hullabaloo.
Yeah, that looks like a draw. Wow. I'm surprised they ended up going for that basement rescue at all, to tell you the truth, Chip, especially with Seer just not having borrowed time to work with. It really almost might have been better just pop the cipher, get it done, get it out of the way, rip the band-aid off, and then you have pressure on the Hullabaloo to stay on that chair now. Potentially, you could send, whoever you want to send. Aeroplane still has all 3 of his propellers. He could hover around there, continuing to proc the tinnitus. I'm gonna just stay probably out of sight. I mean, he is kind of stuck in the building. It's hard for him to get out of that, and Aeroplane is having all that transition available for the late game. I'm not sure what the idea was to go for it.
Yeah, maybe the survivors forgot that. No, they didn't forget, because they immediately popped the moment that he got off chair. Yeah, maybe just trying to go for a little bit of a greedy play there to try to get the 5 points, but unfortunately just not working out, and is going to be giving the Hunter the tie.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's pretty much what YSL wanted, I would have to think. Getting a tie, that Hullabaloo, kind of just known for getting the draws now, kind of become the Hunter that does that instead of the absolute monster he used to be, but now just kind of a draw guy. And so playing him and getting that draw, that's exactly what YSL wanted. The ball is now back into the court of Omni. Pit stoppers needing to do something here on a map that's difficult for Hunters. So yeah, Pit Stopper's definitely in the hot seat right now.
Absolutely in the hot seat. Definitely not the spot that you want to be in, especially if you're coming down to the semifinals here, which they are. So gonna be seeing what both teams are gonna pull out here. The Go Man is not on the table for this round, so gonna have to be pulling out something else that isn't as strong, which is unfortunate, especially on a map that is quite survivor sided.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta really have to imagine, probably gonna reach a little bit further into the character pool here to pull out something that can even be played on this map, because like we've mentioned many times, it's definitely in the favor of the survivors here. Survivors love this map once again for that hospital. So if you really want to find great success on Sacred Heart, you do need to play a Hunter that has at least some sort of a way of dealing with the hospital area. And I mean, we'll see what Pit Stoppers chooses, but there's not a big abundance of them, and the survivors might play counters to some of them. So it's a hard character select. This match will be defined by the character selection phase. That is just how I'm seeing it right now. I guess that's an argument.
Oh
no, go ahead.
Oh, no, I had nothing to say. I was just gonna yap.
Well, I was gonna say that's an argument that can be made for pretty much every single match ever, but I mean, it's particularly not pungent, but meaningful in this one. Yeah, I don't know why I wanted to say pungent. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yo7 really pulling out the dictionary of words here to be able to use. As you know, as commentators, we run out of a lot of descriptions, so we have to pull out new meanings for words that we ourselves label. As you guys know, we are basically the creators of the English language, and you guys have to go with our rules now because you know we're the commentators. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. We are the commentators. You know that means we de facto have high mastery of this language, of course. So
exactly. I mean, you can just tell with how professional and great we are at commentating that we're so good at this. We're so good at it.
Yeah, we have very eloquent
buddy.
speech.
High five.
I missed the high five.
Okay.
Even though you know it was the easiest thing in the world, I just if you ever feel useless, chat, remember I just missed Chip's high five.
Don't know who I just high-fived there, chat. Must have been the voice in my head, but yeah, just waiting on our teams here to be ready up for this match. I'm waiting in anticipation as always. You know, I'm always grateful to be here to be commentating alongside with everyone here. You know, especially Yo7. You know, Yo7. You know, we go a long ways back. You know, we. Out the womb, we knew each other. You know, we were sharing baby formula and just playing at the little kids' playground or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was a menace on the little kids' playgrounds. Just a real terror
you do
back
not want
in.
to see me on those slides.
Oh, you know, you don't even want to know about it, Chad. It's a real.
Listen, guys, we were menaces in tag. That's all I'm gonna say. You did not want to go against us in hide and seek. Oh boy, let me tell you.
Hide and seek. Oh, I mean, you had another thing coming if you thought you could even talk about hide and seek in our presence.
I mean, we pretty much invented hide. What are we even going on about right now? We're just
don't know.
We're just filling
we started
the
going on
empty
this thing
void
and
right
like
now.
what is going on?
I think official IDV should hire us for commentating. We'd be so great at it, right, guys? Right, chat? You guys agree with us? You guys definitely agree with us, right?
Yeah. Put a 1. Put the number 1 in chat right now if you think we should you know, we should be hired to do official broadcasts and talk about this stuff on the I-25 official channel.
1 if you want us hired, 2 if you never want to see or hear from us ever again.
Don't give them that option.
Well, listen, I forgot. This isn't a democracy. This is a dictatorship. So sorry about that.
Let me give you a lesson, Chip, on confirming your own preconceived biases. Okay? Lesson 1: when you ask chat things, you don't give them the option to vote against you. That way, you can pretend like it's a democracy when it isn't.
Give them the illusion of free will. It's just like America. So right.
Illusion of choice.
You know, in such a capitalist society, we really need to find ourselves, find our meanings in the world. I don't know what I'm going on about.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting
how did an
for
IDV stream, like, how did we get into like political? How did we get here?
Guys, 1 if you want to hear. Actually, no. You guys, we're gonna force you to hear our political podcast where we absolutely know everything. Oh, a player is resetting their Wi-Fi. Okay, we've just gotten that. There's a player currently resetting their router. Yeah, do not want to go in this match with some bad ping. So we're waiting on that.
Yeah, definitely bad ping. Not something you want to have to deal with, especially in a tournament. All right, you got enough nerves to deal with. You don't need to have the extra stress of like 999 up in the top left. You know, just like blaring red angry colors at you.
I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemies. Let me tell you.
I absolutely would.
That is Oh, wow. I forgot. Wait, you're the cowboy that waited at the 2 windows. Never mind. I would expect that from you, actually. Never mind. Sorry, chat. I'm forgetting who I'm commentating with here. Yo7, the devil. The demon in disguise.
Yeah, okay. Alright, then.
Do you see that? that happy-go-lucky, lucky-go attitude that you're seeing here. You know, behind the scenes, he is, you know, he's so terrible. He abuses me. He beats me.
Whoa, all right now. Let's live on YouTube. That's a clip that exists. Alrighty. So, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream, Chip?
I'd have to go with, oh man, horchata. Or, yeah, no, it's just horchata. I love horchata ice cream.
Really, I don't think I've ever heard of that kind. Like, what does it consist of?
I forgot. You're white Canadian. So, do you know what horchata is?
No, okay. I only know maple syrup and like hockey.
Okay. So horchata is okay. So it's a Mexican drink. It is rice milk. It is like a sweet milk. It is what we call an agua fresca.
I see.
In the chat, it looks like Kendrick's saying Chip is so getting fired. Looks like they're gonna come out to get me. I'm gonna be hearing knocking on my door later tonight, but it's fine. Chat,
Don't worry,
never
Chip.
hear
To
from
go
me
to
again.
get you, they gotta go through me first.
Yeah, guys, little do you know, Yo7 is my bodyguard, okay? Him and I, like I said, we go way back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, we cannot do that again. That can never happen again.
Guys, we're professionals. They gotta. I need to take my meds, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know.
All right.
You know, waiting here, just it brings something out, man. It brings something out in us. We gotta fill the silence with something.
Yeah, we gotta fill the silence with something, and that, you know, that's what we're doing. That is definitely a thing that we are doing.
That's our jobs. That's absolutely what we're not being paid here to do. You know, we just are we entertaining? Are we doing that at the very least?
Yeah, here's the part, Chip, where you only give them the yes option.
Yeah. You know, I feel like I'm a stand-up comedian right now, but who doesn't have any bits. Like, he just went up here just for that joke purely, just to go up there. But like, now that I'm up here, what do I say? What do I do? I'm getting promoted. Chip's getting fired. Guys, please. Do not fire me. Do not, guys. It's the only job I have.
Oh my goodness.
This is something. Yeah, it's always a pleasure being here and commentating with you on an emergency. I think it always amounts to something.
Yeah, we really, the productive conversations take place on the live show here.
So
Chip and
productive,
Yo7,
so
we really
Chat, why are you mentioning Toxic Yaoi? What the heck is going? Where did that come from?
Why are we talking about Toxic Yaoi?
I don't know. I don't know what the chat's going on about right now. I thought we were losing it.
Don't dilute yourself, man. We are losing it. Chat might be losing it more though.
I'm going insane.
I'm going insane too. All right, we gotta let the voices out. All right, we can have conversations after, but you know.
Surely we'll be beginning soon. I don't know if either of us can handle this for longer. Yo7 protecting his Omega, such an alpha.
Where are you getting this? Oh, you're getting it from Cookie. That's where it's coming from. Oh, suddenly things start to make so much more sense.
Yo7, is it true that I am your Omega and that you're my Alpha? Is this factual? Can we confirm the canon?
Can we go back to ice cream flavors, please, before this question ever has to be answered?
Yeah, sorry. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with like mint chocolate chip, okay? Just being a basic bean.
Oh god, you're a man. Oh my god. No, everything was going so well. Everything was going so good. And then you have to talk about okay, you know what? The match is starting. I'm not gonna dwell on this for too long. Okay, I'm gonna crash out
we'll
even
get
more.
to hear about that
It just
during the
continues
next
on.
intermission.
Oh god, please, god, no more intermissions. I can't handle the silence any longer. Gonna be seeing the Seer and the Mech getting the first 2 bans, of course. You know, nothing too crazy, nothing too unusual. Dream Witch gonna be getting the ban on the Sacred Heart Hospital. Definitely a good map for her.
Is it?
I would say so. I've had many unpleasant experiences against the Dream Witch on this map. I don't know. That's me, I guess.
Yeah. Chip.
Wait, other
Chip.
than the main building, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say, there's people in the chat asking for promotion. The hyenas, they're gathering around. They're trying to pick us off
what do you
one
mean
by
the-
one.
Wait, what? Why are you trying to pick us off? Hello?
They want our spot.
No, you guys can't have your spot. This isn't democracy. This is a dictatorship. What do we tell you guys? They're on the loose and dangerous. What does that even mean? Toxic Yowie because Chip said Yo7 beat him? Guys, where do you get that from? Just from me saying... Alright, you know what? Never mind. Back to the match. I can't read
Why
them
are we
anymore.
entertaining that?
I don't know. I can't listen on my stream. I can't help but read those messages. It's the most common messages that I get. I'm not even finding words. I'm starting so badly now. Oh my god.
You need to. Alright, everybody. It looks like Dancer's been chosen. That's cool.
Barmaid, Merc, Dancer. Yeah, guys. This is what we came to see and talk about, right, guys? Absolutely. And Bowman and Crane getting the final 2 bans on the Hunter side there. It is lovely to see Margie, as always. I love her dearly. Let's see what our Hunter here is gonna pick to be able to counter this team and counter the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, I really wonder. I mean, potentially we could see a Sculptor come out as well. Sculptor being a...
Sorry.
Well, I didn't know was that crazy of a... I didn't know was that crazy of a suggestion.
I still hear the smile on your face. I'm sorry. I can't.
Chip, I think this is the last time we're gonna be commentating together. We're gonna go off air, and Kendricks is gonna be like he's gonna appear behind us like a magical force.
They can't do this to us, Yo7. They can't break us apart. Never. We're too powerful together. Our commentary too strong. Our silliness, our goofiness too silly. Gonna be seeing the Ivy, the Shadow pick on the hospital. Definitely a good pick, you know, if you're trying to secure that Cypher pressure, especially in a map where you definitely don't want to be touching that main building. You know, Ivy has to touch it less, considering that she can teleport around everywhere. So, you know, she can pressure it a bit, leave to another survivor, come back whenever she wants to. Let's see how this match goes down. They do have the Demi for a quick reset if they ever do need it, you know, especially with the Merc, they have that synergy going there. Demi with the only one who doesn't have borrowed time, gonna be bringing the flywheel and the broken windows.
Yeah, I gotta just derail us real quick here, for 1 second, for one more second, Chip. We got Daniela coming in with the 100 ARS, very generous donation once again. Very, very confused, as I think everybody else is on that borderline on the tangent that we just went on. But
Daniela saying, guys, I took my head medication. I'm getting confused. What Omega and Toxic Yowie ?
I don't think it was ever meant to be understood. Okay, it's like crop circles. They're strange, and we're just never meant to understand them.
Yeah. Too much has happened. In the span of I don't even know how much time does that. I no longer have the ability to know how much time has passed around me and what has been going on. Loading into this match here, this is gonna be very interesting, exciting. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, we are. So okay, I can't. Okay. Anyway, we are going to see the Ivy going away from her main body with the ghost as very standard strategy here, of course, going all the way over to the dancer in this very strong kiting area. Gonna try to probably stop the ciphers as much as possible by themselves a significant amount of time. To do things, because that's something that's good for the hunter. Getting that 60% corrosion on the dancer, that is the magic number, so the next time dancer gets scared, she will be getting the full fear and going towards the Ivy.
Yeah, gonna be seeing the Ivy here, you know, still checking the female dancer, harassing other survivors in the process to be able to slow down that coding just a little bit more. Female dancer smartly not looking at the Ivy there as she's dropping that pallet, not taking that very crucial hit at this moment. I feel like right now is the time where, we're gonna be seeing a deduction, but
See a pause. Man, you know, of all the matches to get paused, like I feel like this is the most dangerous one for us.
This is not the one. We're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. Okay, we gotta Yo7. We gotta listen. Our jobs are on the line here. Okay, we have to make sure we don't break character. We're good commentators, and nothing's gonna happen. Nothing bad's gonna happen. This will not derail horribly. It's only been 30 seconds. Okay. We're surviving a good bit of time here. This is like, it's like we're trying to kite out a goat man right now, you know? We're trying to waste as much time as we possibly can.
Why does it have to be the hardest hunter in the entire game to kite, Chip?
I don't know, man. It's what came to my mind, man. I don't know. It's goat man. We've been seeing a lot of goat man. What do you want from me? You want bonbon? Yeah, you know what, bonbon?
Yeah, of course I want bonbon. All I want is bonbon. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I feel like, you know what? This is gonna derail.
Yeah, no, okay, anyway, so we're not gonna derail. We're gonna talk about Ivy, okay? We're gonna sit down here for a minute and talk strictly about Ivy. It appears we are actually witnessing connection issues, but the deduction is resuming. I'm not sure who the connection issues were on the side of it. It didn't say, but we're getting back into things here. Going to be able to get the talisman on the mercenary. One cipher already popping. Not even a hit on the board yet for pit stoppers, and continues to not be actually blinking for the first one.
All right, so blinking for the first hit, you know, usually not the best idea, but when you're at 80% of fear meter on a survivor, and when you do have insolence, then it is a pretty decent thing to be going for. You're gonna be able to end that chase after getting that first hit with that blink there, so definitely a good decision made by our hunter here, not wanting the chase last. Not wanting that chase to last even longer than it was already lasting. You know, I would usually be saying that ciphers aren't looking too amazing, but this is an Ivy. So, you know, gonna be able to slow these ciphers down throughout the entirety of this match. If she's able to be good and quick about it. Gonna be seeing the Merc coming in for the rescue here. Does actually have a football on hand. So female dancer will have another tool to be able to use at her disposal after she gets rescued here.
Yeah, it looks like the rescue is not going to come to fruition. A terror shock coming in from the Ivy, getting 100 corrosion, not even needing it. Now the dancer going to be put all the way up to 96%. One more scare, and she will be getting that fear once again. Mercenary going to try to body block. Is it going to work?
My god, knowing the hitbox, able to hit past the Merc there. That was such an important hit to get there. You know, female dancer having the football on hand to be able to transition away. If she didn't get that hit there, and if, you know, lots of things went well for this Ivy there. The terror shock, not getting that body block hit, that went really well.
Yeah, I mean, and now Mercenary on the ground, a character that does take a while to get himself back up. Barmaid even going to do it, but actually the talisman being planted on top of him, not even going to be able to do it. Look at all the obelisks in this area, Chip. There's like 5 of them, and I mean, it looks like Hit Stoppers is going to try to make it even more. Flare gun coming in just to ensure that the dancer is rescued on time, but going to be leechable in just a second, and full presence is ready.
Yeah, Kendricks, I see that message, by the way. I'm not gonna read that out loud because that's just gonna derail us yet again. But anyways, gonna be seeing the blink gonna be on hand here in 20 seconds. Let's see if that's even gonna be a necessary thing. Female Dancer is able to use that football there to be able to get out of range of that teleportation fear, and it's gonna be able to use a transition pretty well here. She does have a flywheel on hand to be able to use.
Yeah, I mean, this football really being a very important item given to this dancer. Gonna have a really great discipline trying to go over this pallet. Eventually, though, Pit Stoppers is gonna win the mind game. One Cypher left, one more basically about to be done by Johnny 16 there. It looks like he is gonna pop it. And full health remaining, actually, on all of the YSL survivors. Not that many resources depleted. I mean, honestly, the... you know, that football was a really important thing. Getting that football over to the dancer was really great for YSL, because now, I mean, you can see it took a while to get the dancer down. It gave the survivors time to kind of get themselves back on their feet and really kind of throw a spanner in the works for Pit Stoppers, really kind of destroy a lot of the momentum that he was gaining, and, you know, flip the match back to a position where they can really do something once again.
Yeah, so kind of, you know, the match is kind of at a stalemate right now, right? Both sides not really doing anything, respecting each other. Actually, gonna be immediately flipping here on its side. Coordinator is gonna be at 94% of her fear meter, but she is able to escape a pretty far distance. Not sure if that is necessarily worth it to even be taking anymore. Gonna be going over to the Merc here, slowing down this last Cypher even more. There, you know, with that final Cypher being on the table, you know, only 3 Cyphers, the Ivy does have a much easier time to be able to harass all of these Cyphers. Going to be seeing the 2 survivors that are trying to reset there, and Coordinator is now in a really dangerous spot. The Blink going to be coming out here, and is going to be getting that down. Ivy in a pretty good spot here. You know, she knows where every single survivor is on the map, and she has pretty great control of all of these Cypher machines, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, really difficult for the survivors to really do anything. I mean, the amount of time it's going to take to remove all of the obelisks here, like, this is ridiculous. There's just so many in this area of the map. You're not going to be able to get rid of them all. It actually looks like they are naturally disappearing, though. And waiting, just waiting, lying in wait for the barmaid's leech meter to go down. Looks like she is going to be leeched once again, and I mean, just trying to buy some time here for the you know, to try to get a hit out on the mercenary. Not going to be successful with it. Bringing back the leech, actually going for this barmaid, really putting everything on the, you know, on the line of trying to stop these ciphers as much as possible.
Yeah, barmaid gonna be at 60 fear here. Definitely not a spot that she wants to be in. She does have the broken window, she does have the flywheel, she does have the speed Dovlin and the heal Dovlin, but, you know, heal Dovlin's not exactly a thing you want to be taking against an Ivy when you're at 60 fear. You know, at any possible moment you could be getting jump scared and then immediately taking that hit, and it's a waste of a Dovlin.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean,
Ooh, nice.
What is the purpose of doing that, Chip? Like, to get the fear and then down the barmaid?
Yeah, when you go into their camera, you know, if you get that fear off, you know, it just means that they're not able to use that speed Dovlin and not able to use that flywheel. You're just really trying to secure that down in that moment, and also just like going right next to her to be able to, you know, not allow her to move her camera around anywhere to not see the Ivy. It pretty much guarantees a jump scare.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Coordinator going to be, yeah, given fear once again. Gonna really.
Wow! So we see there that she did interesting tech there that I actually really haven't seen another Ivy do. After the Coordinator takes her fear, waiting it out fully, and then standing right next to her so she's unable to move her camera in an opposite direction, able to get that 50 fear. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
that was really sick.
Just continuing to make sure that, you know, once the survivors take that 100 fear, the building up as much as they possibly can onto them once again. And I mean, the survivors now having started, or no, working on that second cipher's third one has been started, as we can see. And, you know, leeching onto the barmaid, really just not allowing these survivors to decode at all. And the survivors, I mean, they're doing exactly what they need to be doing. They are blink up once again, by the way, so barmaid I doubt is going to be lasting very long, but actually just opts to go back here, potentially trying to get Coordinator out of this game.
Yeah, you know, with that blink on hand, you're really able to get that next person down into the manor very quickly, especially when your Merc is unable to get that body block for you because of how good your blink was. very, very well done. Barmaid's gonna be trying to get that final cipher done as quickly as possible, but Ivy knows this, so she's gonna be sending her Yithian over, trying to make sure that she's able to slow down that decoding and is able to get a teleport off after she gets this chair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's going to be able to make it all the way over there in time. Barmaid is probably going to be able to get this cipher done. Full presence, though, is available, I believe.
Oh, but
it's flywheel!
Oh, the fear! Oh, wow!
That is a huge moment here, everybody.
So
Mercenary now gonna go try to push that gate, even using elbow pads to get there sooner, because he knows the moment that this leech is available, Ivy is gonna be placing it down onto him, teleporting over to that side of the map, really just trying to do everything in their power to win this. I mean, we are sitting at a drawn position right now between YSL and Omni, okay? The last match having been a draw between the Hullabaloo and the and the Omni survivors, so a win will do it here for Pit Stoppers, but he wants that forced survivor elimination. If it's possible, he wants to get it.
Pallet gun! Oh my god, that was so crucial there. That was so good. Okay, Ivy just trying to bounce around between both of these gates, make sure that both of them don't open, and trying to get both of these survivors in a bad position to be able to down them. You know, Ivy doesn't have any sort of mobility other than the teleport to be able to get closer to that survivor, so gonna have to play this kind of patiently and wait for them to make a bit of a mistake.
Actually goes on to the mercenary here. Now, giving Barmaid a window to destroy that obelisk, but there's another one right beside it, and Mercenary is going to be seeing the ground. He does have that exit path available to him. I believe 2 stacks of shell shock, so it's not going to take a super long time, but definitely not very fast. Definitely enough time to be able to leech the Barmaid once again as she continues her kite over to one of the weakest areas in the entire map here. One speed brink to use, has used it, is caught out in the open, is going to be going down. And this just looks like a sealed deal.
This is a 4K. It's looking like, ooh, dungeons there. Gotta be careful of that.
Yeah, I mean, just waiting to be able to leech onto the mercenary once again. Yeah, not even picking up the Barmaid, leaving absolutely nothing to chance. Of course, the moment I say that.
Gonna be able to be leechable now. There we go. Make sure you want to, you really want to make sure that that survivor that is close to the dungeon does not get that dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Barmaid will be able to get the self-heal. That will happen, although Mercenary is at a full chair timer, and I believe full presence is available. It is, well, would have been flywheeled anyway. Blink is available, though, so... I mean, Barmaid really gonna have to...
Trying to survive, as long as she can. Does have her broken windows up, but she looks like she's getting blinked here. Yep, and
that is gonna be... Yeah, forced survivor elimination from Pit Stoppers. Now, this is exactly what Omni managed to avoid themselves in the previous round. That forced survivor elimination by the opposing hunter, because now, in this round, as we were discussing before, okay, the Hullabaloo came in and got 2 points. All right, so 2 points were earned in the first half of the second round here. But in the second half of this round, Omni has earned 5 points to YSL earning 0. So now in this round, it is a 7-2 difference. So Omni is up 5 points rather than in the previous round, YSL being only up 2 points. So now, overall, I mean, Omni is just up 3 points, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to our Ivy there to get that 4K. That was... Oh, I'm getting a message here from, I believe this is Cookie, saying I'm getting fired. Guys, if you don't hear from me, I'm sure I'm fine somewhere in Mexico. Anyways, yeah, quite an exciting match to watch. Our Ivy able to play that so well. The map pressure and the map control that she was able to put out there, and just really never going to that middle main building. It was pretty much entirely ignore that and just focus on everything outside of what was going on there. Our survivors were able to pull out some great plays. The Merc bringing the football over for the female dancer to be able to utilize in that final chase, and it looked like for a second they were gonna be able to secure like a 3-man endgame, but no, our Ivy able to bring that back quite nicely and wrap it with a bow tie.
Yeah, wrap it with a bow tie, indeed. It's definitely now going to be YSL a little bit on the back foot because we are all tied up in terms of round wins, but Omni, as I mentioned before, now has that point advantage. So, going into this third round here, YSL is gonna have to make up 3 points of difference. If my math is not mistaken, I will wait for confirmation if I'm wrong, but I believe it is 3 points of difference here that Omni has that YSL does not. So that is going to be a tall order for them. Plus, it is Omni's map choice right now, which gives them potentially a little bit more of an advantage. Actually, kind of interesting. We've seen YSL win the round on Omni's map pick and Omni win the round on YSL's map pick. So, do you think we'll be seeing that repeat in round number 3 here?
You know, it is as fate determines it, and I honestly I can see it happening again. You know, perhaps the team's overconfidence on one map is leading to their downfall and allowing the other team to be able to, you know, get back and secure that little clean sweep that they're able to get.
Yeah, I mean, we will have to see, of course, but definitely potentially some overconfidence coming in, you know. Obviously, all of these maps are things that teams have, of course, practiced on, I'm sure, exhaustively. And now we do see YSL banning out the Ever Sleeping Town, so we won't be going there. Ever Sleeping Town definitely kind of a favorite among the teams, especially in this tournament, but it looks like we are going to the other town, and that is Chinatown.
Yeah. Wu Chang! Sorry, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. We're not gonna be singing Wu Chang. There's no way, unless somehow me being here just manifests it, which would be insane.
I mean, as S'mores was saying yesterday, you know, Wu Chang has seen a little bit of use, you know, on some of the Chinese, the Japanese leagues. Like he's been peeking his head out like a little mole. Is that what that's what they do, right?
If there was the map. Yeah, no, they peek their head out a little bit. You know, if there was a map to bring out the Wu Chang, it would be Wu Chang's map. The Chinatown, would you say it's his best map? I think it's a pretty solid map.
It's definitely a solid map.
Definitely a solid map.
It's hard to beat Moonlit. That's what I would think. Like Moon River Park.
Oh yeah.
Would be the competent. Like those are definitely the toss up between the two. Maybe it just comes down to personal preference, but both being great maps. I mean, even Ever Sleeping could be up there, but I think Moon River and Chinatown being honestly just on another level.
Yeah, the big maps where he's really able to utilize the jump scares, the teleports very effectively. You know, he does have a good bit of mobility on the Y form, be able to stuff those rescues, you know, get that soul siphon in, which doesn't happen too often, and if it does happen, it usually doesn't mean too much. And yeah, you know, he did get the little adjustment recently, you know, that small buff, which honestly wasn't really anything to really help him out in this current meta, but you know, at least he's not forgotten. You know, he's certainly not forgotten by the players here, as we haven't been seeing Wu Chang get picked a bit here and there.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know, nothing major. You know who else isn't too bad on Chinatown, Chip? Do you know who else isn't bad here? That's actually a lot of hunters, but I was specifically thinking of Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel potentially.
Whoa, buddy. I know.
What?
I thought you were gonna say Bonbon.
Well, I mean, of course, you know, I am not one to miss an opportunity to talk about Bonbon. Okay, like if you're gonna give it to me like this, he could get used here. As you were saying.
Yeah, you know, the Breaking Wheel on the Chinatown. Definitely a better map for the wheel. You know, the wheel, a very map dependent hunter, definitely not what he used to be, especially after that flywheel got introduced into the meta. My poor boy, he's seen better days. Rest in peace.
Oh, what do you think of the new persona? Yeah. The new persona changes.
Oh, I'm excited. I think some of it definitely needs to get probably tuned after it comes out, but I'm excited. You know, persona builds are always something that I never want lasting too long, like, you know, how the personas look, because, you know, you're never really swapping it. It kind of depends on the hunter. I kind of like where hunter personas are, because I feel like Yeah, I think like the worst one you could bring is Confined Space, but I think everything sees a good amount of play. So, you know, it's nice to see on the Hunter side. In terms of on the Survivor side, it's also pretty diverse, but you let the Persona builds last too long, it starts feeling stale. So having the Persona shakeups every now and then is always a pleasant thing. You know, you're able to test out a lot more things on Hunter, seeing what really synergizes well with Hunter. You know, like with what's it called? Control Freak synergizes really well with Lucino, of course, because he's able to use his drop down, which gives him the speed boost from Control Freak. So he pretty much has, you know, because you pretty much almost never want it. Yeah, it does. I basically
evil.
never take it off. I pretty much never take it off. It's an addiction. The moment that you use it, you never want to take it off. And I mean, why would you? It is pretty much a permanent buff to his ability. So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, wow. I mean, name another hunter that gets. I mean, maybe Hellember. Does it work on Ember? That's the only other hunter I could think of that really works. It does work on
Ember. I believe it does work on Ember. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, I mean, what other hunter really uses Control Freak? It's so niche for everyone else.
It's a very niche thing.
But
yeah,
I did want to talk about Confined Space real quick. I feel like Confined Space is only actually good because of the fast pallet breaking that you get on the way over there.
Yeah, that's the only reason. And like when you're investing that many points into that Persona build already, you know, it's kind of like might as well sometimes. But a lot of, you know, some hunters also just opt to not bring it and bring that 5 points to something else, which can also be, you know, a lot more handy than just blocking a window if their hunter, you know, already blocks windows or plays around windows pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have to agree. It's I always find myself taking it because it's like, oh well, I'm 5 points away. I'm just okay. I'm just gonna have it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna have it to have it.
It's the final. You know, I'm allowed to bring two of the final traits. I might as well as bring the Confined Space. I'm already here, pretty much. So
yeah,
might as well take it.
I mean, now what are we getting? I think it's an extra 2 points, or not 2 points, 10 points added.
Yeah, extra 10 points.
Two traits that you can bring with that 10 points.
And you know, we're getting a lot more on the Persona web added, which is cool. Seeing a lot more.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Interesting niche things that would be interesting to see, and a lot of different characters. Yeah.
One thing that I'm happy about is that they're changing Airwalk. Airwalk was trash.
So useless.
Or is so trash currently.
I'm glad it's so much better.
Yeah, it's so bad right now, but it is definitely better. I don't think it's going to be used that much even now, but like it's definitely better now that you only have to invest 1 point into it, and like it actually does something still.
Yeah, I see Whispered Cares in the chat complaining about how they still need to spend that Persona point on the self-heal, the exit path. Yeah, that is a very weird thing considering that hunters have basic tinnitus now.
Yeah. God, it feels so weird to say tinnitus used to be a Persona trait. Like, can you believe that?
Yeah, that was such a strange thing. You know, the only person you wouldn't bring it on is Feaster, and that's it. Maybe like a Joseph or anyone else that has an ability that lets you like track a survivor like that.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I still brought it on Feaster because I'm like, I'm just so used to having it. It's like you feel weird without it on. I actually, when I did my playing with only half the screen, when I did that video, I couldn't see tinnitus, and that was like the biggest nerf out of everything. Like it was so hard without that one little silly icon.
Like this, yeah, like this game is absolutely meant to be played with like tinnitus as a thing for hunters. Is difficult to detect a survivor in an area because I think you have to spend a lot of time looking for them. Yeah, so I think it's not crazy to say that survivors should have a base kit exit path. I agree with that. It allows more diversity in their builds as well. I mean, like, who doesn't run exit path, right? Like, I've actually gone against like a few people in rank that have not brought exit path, but that's like 1 out of every 200 matches.
There's like
they're like
one
doing a crazy Persona build.
Yeah, like out of every like 1,000 games, you'll find like a moment to be like, you know what? Maybe that 5 points would be better if I invested it somewhere else. Like, because exit path just provides so much value, being able to have it, even being able to threaten exit path. provides so much value. But I mean,
Yes, the fact that it exists, it's great.
yeah. Well, what would you replace it with? Do you think there should be like a trait? Yeah, like, so say we made Exit Path base kit. What do we replace Exit Path with? Do we make a trait that lets you self-heal yourself infinitely?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They get the one heal. Hell no. Hell no. You survivors get the one heal, and that is it. The moment that you get slugged again, it is your problem, not mine. Anyways, no, it'd probably be, I don't know, something weird like crawl to your, like if you're crawling in the direction of your teammate, you crawl faster. Something like that.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool. I actually really like that. Did you just come out? I'll put that on the spot.
I did.
That's really
did
cool.
just
I
come up
like
with that
that
on the spot.
idea. I don't know how useful it would
you
be,
know,
but I like
guys.
the idea.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting thing to test out. I mean, you know, you'd have to replace it with something, so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, gosh, I don't know what I would replace it with. I guess maybe you just self-heal faster, but like Sticker already does that, so.
We have sticker though. I guess, you know, like it wouldn't be, unless you wanted to invest in like full crawling movement speed, you know, then I guess you really wouldn't bring that if you already had sticker.
The new survivor build where you try to get down because you scuttle across the map so fast.
You make crawl speed as fast as normal survivor walking. make it like when you're down against Percy.
Oh my gosh.
Make you zoom. All right,
Well,
we are into this match now.
Whoa, lucky guy ban
Okay.
from Pit Stoppers. That,
Yeah, you know that. Huh.
you know
I don't know what to
what?
do with that.
As crazy as it sounds, I don't actually hate banning Lucky Guy, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I don't hate banning Lucky Guy here, is
All
because,
trades.
yeah, he's a jack of all trades, he's a great all-arounder, and we have
Oh, disconnection.
disconnect. Alright, well, I don't know what's
Okay, so
happening
maybe
anymore.
the lucky guy pick wasn't. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe the lucky guy pick wasn't the band they wanted.
Yeah,
there.
there potentially was a issue with the game room creation there, so we may see that change. But I actually do think Lucky Guy's a solid band because he's a good all-arounder. So whatever Pit Stoppers decides to bring into this game, Lucky Guy is going to be able to get something to counter it.
Yeah, you know, especially, you know, everyone knows their chest locations, especially in Chinatown. Chinatown has not the worst chest locations, but it is a big map. So, you know, the distance that Lucky Guy does have to cover is a bit more substantial than it would be on other maps. But yeah, you know, Lucky Guy, especially in scenarios where I guess, you know, the less meta hunters are available. You know, we have the Goat Man, the Ivy Band. So, you know, bringing him out isn't the craziest idea, especially if you want to keep a better survivor in play for next round.
Yeah, although I don't think that would really be wise of YSL to be banking on overtime. That'd be pretty. That'd be crazy to think that would happen, because I mean, do keep in mind they do have to make up points here, everybody. Like we are drawn in terms of rounds, but we are not drawn in terms of points. Right. And that is something that is probably going to matter quite a lot in this third round coming up.
Yeah, so it looks like definitely not the Lucky Guy band, definitely not the band they wanted to go for. Oh, did they not have the 2 Hunter band section last time? Was that
yeah, that's probably why the game room was not created in a correct way.
We're gonna be seeing the Dream Witch and the Hullabaloo getting banned, respectively. Anti-Crayon and Sierra also going to be taking the ban. Hammer going to be seeing the Archer and the Acrobat, so maybe expecting an Ivy to be coming out into play here on Chinatown would be the craziest idea.
Didn't Pit Stoppers just play Ivy though? I think that's global
He
ban.
did play Ivy. I'm talking crazy. Yes.
Yeah, the only option he does have in terms of like conventional meta is Opera Singer, but with Archer existing, I don't think that's ever going to be a thing that happens. It is Chinatown though, so you never know.
Getting banned. Wouldn't be crazy. Wouldn't be crazy. Have you seen the Gravekeeper getting the 3rd pick here for the Survivor side? Lots of Gravekeeper, you know, definitely going up in terms of strength. You know, with all the buffs that he was getting, definitely creeping in power with the, you know, the chip hits. and shovel knockback, which you don't see a whole lot of, but you know, it's an extra thing that he does have.
Yeah, he has that little burst of energy that he can use. It's helpful sometimes, not always, but like Gravekeeper just is a very solid rescuer. People really slept on him before this. I think, like, I think he was good before, as no one really realized it
before. But like, there are moments where you would make mistakes on Gravekeeper and you feel really punishing, more so than on other survivors. So it seems, you know, I feel like he got maybe a little too buff, but it was nice to see him get buffed, and you know, now he's more on par with other rescuers, so that's cool. Seeing the toy merchant here on the Chinatown, definitely a good pick. You know, lots of areas to be able to utilize catapults, and of course her glider.
Yeah, lots of good areas for toy merchant here. I'm a little bit sad we're not seeing a lucky guy. I was like, maybe we'll get to see. We have seen a good amount of lucky guy usage in this tournament, actually, and he has been used in really good situations, I think. So, you know, hey, just saying, no, Lucky Guy is not actually a crazy pick anymore. He exists.
Guys, we're not crazy. We're just a little mental. Yeah, survivors gonna be picking their talents here. Yeah, we still do want to see that Bon, still do want to see that Lucino, so yeah,
nope,
opera
it's
singer,
gonna be an opera.
Still gonna be getting picked, even into the archer and acrobat. So yeah, Christopher's definitely feeling confident that he's able to play into his counters and is gonna be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I don't know about this pick, Chip. This does. I would not want to pick Opera Singer here because Gravekeeper, it's not the end of the world, you can deal with it, but it's kind of annoying against an Acrobat, especially on a map like this where he has those areas he can force you to walk through his bombs. Archer, obviously a hard counter, and Toy Merchant, it's not like you can't catch up to her while she's gliding, but she can glide a lot, and you cannot hit her during that time, which is a lot of extra time bought.
So yeah, Pit Stoppers probably gonna be, you know, still feeling confident, even though he is seeing survivors that definitely like the matchup against the Sangria. Gonna be spawning in a optimal location for him, well, semi-optimal. He's gonna have to go into the Acrobat, which is still a relatively more difficult chase, but at least it is not the Archer.
Yeah, I mean, we see, you know, this is a spawn ship like this kind of rocket shape here that we see a lot actually happening in rank, but you don't normally see it in competitive. I've realized, like, in tournaments you don't normally see hunters spawning like this because, especially here, like, there's not a good cipher that's going to be blocked. Like Gravekeeper, Archer, like, everyone's going to be able to decode right here. Your only real hope is that Acrobat's kind of forced to kite into Merchant, and that disrupts things a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, Opera Singer does have pretty good mobility, so she will be able to catch up pretty easily. So let's see what the plan is here for our Opera Singer.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine it's anything other than go for Acrobat. What else could you do? I guess Gravekeeper. Do you think he's gonna go for Gravekeeper? That'd be pretty wild. I
mean, it would be wild, but that would be a tide off the board.
I guess so. I mean, did they bring more tide than just JK?
Let us see here, because we were not paying attention. The Gravekeeper does have another tide, and they do have a second tide on the Acrobat, so that would be one tide that would not be in play.
Yeah, well, I guess even if he goes for Acrobat, it's not a tide that would be in play. Although we could see Acrobat rotating immediately, right up to the spot tide.
Yeah, Merchant already out of the way, so definitely not going to be seeing any more survivors getting slowed down than the one that's going to be taking the chase here. Acrobat holding out that firebomb, going to be forcing this Sangria to take this firebomb. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, and we do actually see Pit Stoppers has opted to bring Abnormal here, so really focusing on that endgame. Knows Acrobat doesn't have a bomb to use, and fully commits to dashing outside of the shadows because he knows that he can get the hit like that.
Acrobat kind of in a disadvantageous spot here. Is going to be dashing away, or bombing away, but does have a flywheel in hand. Does bait out the flywheel successfully by just standing there. His pure aura scaring him.
Yeah, pure aura scaring him. I mean, poor Mr. Swift's there. I mean, this is a great skin, but not so much a great flywheel.
That was really fast down.
Yeah, this is exactly what Pit Stoppers wants too, because he's carrying
ciphers.
on a cipher
Oh,
that
man.
abnormal immediate usage if he chooses.
Looks like he's gonna be choosing a different cipher that he knows is definitely worked on more. Gonna be taking that kick with those long legs of Sangrias, and seeing the rescuer already in sight. Gonna be going over, watching him a little bit, watching what ciphers are being decoded right now, and where every single survivor's location is.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a great choice to abnormal that cipher over this one, getting a full value out of that abnormal rather than just 30%, able to use it quite a bit more. Now Acrobat barely avoiding the swing there. Now the mind game is coming to play, getting over that pallet as well. Oh,
Nice.
vaulting twice in front of the Sangria. Acrobat is getting away with murder right now, everybody. As he, I thought he did it a third
If
time.
he got that, that would have been crazy.
I
would've been
really thought he got it the
absolutely
third
screaming,
time.
jumping on my seat.
Yeah, the
Archer
opera
is
singer's
here
mask.
to harass.
Will the
Good back
harass
jump.
be enough? She's gonna build up that laceration very quickly. Does actually end up using a bow shot
Not a
for it.
necessary shot. Not a very necessary shot there, I feel like. But
Yeah, I feel like you're
I
happy
like
about that
getting
if you're
stun
pit
out there.
stoppers, because you
Yeah,
force out more
absolutely.
resources.
Let's see. Will she be able to get a core shot off? Does not get a core shot, and that is a chair and another stun used.
Yeah, actually
Gonna be
dashing
going
out
to
of
a 8-second
the
cooldown.
out of the so ability actually going on to cooldown there. I'm not a big fan of that, but
I guess it really didn't matter because he would have shadow danced back into cooldown anyway, or out of cooldown.
oh yeah, I guess you're right. You're right. Well,
Alright,
I
let's
mean,
see
one
if
more
Arthur
bow to
is-
use
oh,
on the
core
opera
shot
singer.
happening there though, and
Yeah.
now she doesn't have any cooldowns up. All she has is the abnormal, and what's the abnormal gonna do in a chase? Acrobat having a flywheel, having a firebomb up, and that is a second shot from our archer here. She's gonna have to stand still for a little bit, probably.
Opts to take
Nope,
the
just taking the
stun.
stun.
Wanted to get the abnormal off on that cipher, but not in time.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
the
he
acrobat
jumped- he
jumping
jumped in
right
her.
into the
He didn't
waiting
realize he
arms
jumped in
of
her.
the opera.
Oh no!
Oh no, Toy
Dead.
Merchant's catapult being a
Yes.
hindrance more than a helping hand as Acrobat is sent back to the manor now. 3 ciphers still to go from the side of YSL here. Pitstoppers Omni, or Omni Pitstoppers rather, actually on his way over to one of those ciphers now, has that abnormal up, probably looking to kick it back down once again.
Yeah, Acrobat thinking he was gonna fall into the arms of an angel, actually instead falls into the Sangria's just arms and goes down so quickly after that. That is a survivor out of the game, and now these last 3 ciphers are
Oh
gonna
my
be quite
gosh!
difficult to do, especially when your archer goes down so quickly. Oh my god!
Holy
wow,
smokes, everybody! Like the
reach,
tiny.
that reach. I
Yeah,
can't believe
the
that.
very corner of Opera Singer's sharpened little mask thing finds the back of the archer, and now this is a very difficult spot. Gravekeeper even injured, not even able to go in for this.
That wow. Let me tell you, if I was this opera singer right now and I were to swing at that, I would miss. That's all I'm gonna say. I think there's some otherworldly force, at play here, giving Pit Stoppers the advantage with that hitbox hit. Toy Merchant gonna be here and getting that rescue. Unfortunately, does miss his dash, so he's gonna be being put on cooldown. All he has is a carpet to throw out. Gonna be giving a survivor a red carpet just so they can slay even more while they're kiting. Gonna be
Yeah,
going
and
after the Toy Merchant actually, slowing down their decoding even more.
Yeah, creating more injuries on the map. I actually really like this idea from Pit Stoppers. This is something that I think I've picked up on. All the really good hunters seeming to do this over the course of this tournament, is that you just create injuries in this endgame, because the more injuries the survivors have, it just makes it so incredibly difficult for them to pull off moves against you, force their resources, force their health away, and
Especially when you have a teleport on hand with a trump card, this Sangria is very dangerous.
yeah, I mean, I think the plan will just be to down the Toy Merchant. Not going to be able to snag another crazy window hit.
There's
Actually
the
does teleport.
As
To the
I was
Gravekeeper, though, he
expecting.
does have shovels left to utilize.
Yeah, 2 shovels left on this Gravekeeper, so not the most optimal target to want to teleport to. Definitely want to teleport to the archer who no longer has any bow shots on hand, but does now know from that teleport where she is as she sees this other cipher being decoded currently. She does have a flywheel up to be able to utilize illusion coming out. Gonna be able to get that pallet drop safely with that illusion. still does have her dashes on cooldown, so it's going to be quite difficult to be able to pull off a successful containment here, but does get that window.
Yeah, it does get that window. That Cypher Gravekeeper was on. Looks like it's probably going to be finished. Forces that vault one more time. I believe one more vault and that window will be broken.
Ooh.
Not that it matters, but there you go.
Going down here. Actually going for a slug? Yeah, looks like Pitstopper is going to be opting to go for the slug here, but does miss his dash cooldown, which is pretty crucial here for these survivors to be able to transition into a safer area when they know that the Pitstoppers is going to be after them.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely do see the shadows start to form around objects as Opera Singer closes in on your position. So if she's not dashing, you can very easily see she's coming. Actually, yeah, Shadow Dance is back, baits the Toy Merchant down from her hiding place, and now this pursuit is going to be happening once again. Archer probably going to go push that Cypher, and Toy Merchant flying away. Yeah, Pitstopper's really not committing to anything. I feel that teleport, we can maybe expect it to come out.
Very good mind games. He's going to be getting the speed boost at that pallet. Let's see, does she... Ooh,
correctly mind games the Toy Merchant. Is he going to teleport to the correct Cypher? Actually opts to pick up here.
Okay. So, you have the Gravekeeper with both her shovels. Going for the teleport, I imagine? Yes. She is able to backdash if she's able to get this down quickly here. No, gonna be instead opting to use
flywheel coming out at the perfect moment.
Very good flywheel. Archer gonna be going down here. Is that her last chair? I think it was.
I'm not sure. I think she was the before half. We'll have to see. Yes.
Nope. Okay. She is still in this game. Survivors are going to be able to come back here. You know, Gravekeeper does have both the shovels here, so not exactly the most optimal target to be going for. But yeah, he's going to be getting that shovel hit quite early there. Back dashing towards the survivors
here is that Archer's been chaired on that last Cypher, and Pitstoppers just knows where all the survivors are.
Yeah, able to contain, you know, holding the ability to hold two survivors at once while being a single hunter is a very great, you know, tool to have in your disposal when you're this experienced and when you're this good. You just know how to hold off those survivors. Unable to get that window hit there, unfortunately, but backdashing, knowing that this Gravekeeper is going to be wanting to go after that Cypher, does have a final shovel in hand. You know, even if it's just a little bit of charge, the idea of having a shovel is still present in the hunter's mind. You know, they don't really know how much charge that you have left. It is just the idea of its entire existence is a tool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're Pitstoppers right now, obviously you see the Toy Merchant now just forcing Pitstoppers to make a move, starting this other Cypher. Gonna see how much progress it does have left on it. Gravekeeper has managed to get over there and prime the Cypher himself. Teleport is on the table. This is what you have to be very concerned about if you are Pitstoppers right now.
Hello, Merchant.
Going for a cutoff. I was so confused. The mind gamed me as well as the Toy Merchant. And now, the carpet's coming out. Yeah. Is he going to get this hit? There's a crucial hit here. Shadow Dances get the hit. Will the teleport now come out to be able to catch the Gravekeeper? It will.
Yep.
And now, yeah, Gravekeeper has one more shovel. Needs to be able to kite out this exit path. This is a very scary position for the survivors to be in. Shovel comes out, is immediately taken out of it.
He's so safe. Oh boy. Against a Sangria who has pretty much all of her cooldowns available right now, and all you have is a pallet and a dream and some mind games. Let's see if he's able to pull off. Does not pull it off, gets the terror shock, not that it matters without detention.
Yeah, actually, chairing the Gravekeeper right here and now, so the Toy Merchant definitely will be able to get herself back up. Pitstoppers gonna, pulls back a catapult, potentially saving it for something, to be able to pull off something. I mean, really, you are looking for a miracle on the side of this Toy Merchant, but the chair has been taken onto the Gravekeeper, which means the cooldown that you're needing to work with is a lot shorter to get to that dungeon.
Yeah, 60 seconds on a chair to be, you know, to try to survive against a Sangria. Luckily, the Sangria does not know Toy Merchant's location. It's going to be going over to the exit gate, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great move from the Toy Merchant, I think. This is least where Pitstoppers will expect him to be. Actually, going for this rescue, potentially?
Going for the rescue. Yeah,
I don't agree with this, Chip. I don't agree with this move at all.
I don't either. You know, you could get the dungeon here. It's definitely the much safer play, especially when you're going to be greedy at the pallet. And, you know, Opera Singer, you know, we've been seeing Pitstopper disrespecting all these pallets and unfortunately not having the reaction time to be able to stun that.
Yeah, and now that self-heal is gone. That is not a resource, once again, available to this toy merchant. Gravekeeper,
wow.
I mean, gonna be able to buy himself a few more seconds with her catapult.
That's not enough.
But, yeah, Shadow Dance
the emo
being...
coming out there, knowing that this Gravekeeper has no chance.
Yeah,
and yeah, that's a surrender.
yeah,
Yep.
wow, I'm not sure...
Jay,
I'm not sure how I feel about that rescue chip. I don't see what YSL was trying to achieve with that.
I'm not entirely sure either. The dungeon was available. Great, you know, you already hid for quite a while. You hid for at least half the chair.
Yeah,
And in
and a
that
catapult
position-
available too. Like, you had a catapult like that.
available, and Sagria didn't know where you were. You know, I would have opted to go for the dungeon.
Yeah, that... I guess getting really greedy, maybe trying to get a 2-survivor escape out, because if you do go for the dungeon in that instance, you are now condemning 7 Luo to have to get a 4-survivor elimination or a 3-survivor elimination to take you into... no, actually, yeah, condemning 7 Luo to have to get a 4-survivor elimination to win. Like, that would be the only way YSL could come back from this, would be if 7 Luo got that 4-survivor elimination. But I believe because Pitstopper's got the 4 elimination, even if 7 Luo achieves the best possible result, it will still result in an Omni win. So I think Omni just takes it from that match.
Yeah, just gonna be, I think, waiting to get confirmation on that, I do believe.
Yeah, just waiting for confirmation, but I'm pretty sure Omni just wins here.
Let's see.
Yeah, we will have to see. We're seeing GG's come out from the side of Omni, so clearly they think they've won, but we haven't seen anything happen from our referees quite yet, so we will wait for them to say anything. But yeah, I mean, a really great set still, I have to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, YSL coming in with the early lead, but Omni bringing it all back. Pitstoppers, you know, bringing in a 4 elimination right at the end with that Opera Singer when it mattered most, and yeah, just not giving YSL any room to work with.
Opera Singer still showing why that hourglass body is able to still get work done even after all of those nerfs. My girl coming in clutch, getting quite a few 4Ks today. Yeah, you know, even, you know, if you're a goat man, you know, the meta defining hunter, you know, you're still not the entire story, because there are other hunters that are still utilized and are able to put out results, and we're seeing that here. We're seeing results.
Yeah, we're seeing results from Omni. We have seen the confirmation from the referees now. So Omni has won this matchup. They are going to be moving on to face Frogfin in the finals, Chip. Of course, YSL, we're not going to be saying goodbye to them just yet. They are going to be fighting against Persona for that 3rd place trophy, but I mean, all eyes right now on Omni going on to that grand matchup. I mean, what do you think about that?
God, you know, I do believe I commentated over these two teams, if I am not mistaken and not being silly and stupid. You know, how do I even put it? How do I even put this into words? You're saying the, you know, the best of the tournament, you know, the winners, the ones that have come out on top, that have brought everything and have done everything in their power to be able to win and come up to this point, going into that final round. You know, it has been a lovely experience. It has been amazing to watch, and experiencing it firsthand live is an even greater experience, especially one to be shared with you, Yo7. It has been quite the trip, quite the journey, and I am excited to commentate yet again.
Yeah, I am right there with you, Chip. I am ready to to go to tomorrow. I cannot wait to see rivals, or pardon me, Frogfin versus Omni. I'm just really excited to see that matchup. I mean, these are two teams that are pillars of the NAEU competitive scene. Both of them just achieving fantastic results, destroying the competition throughout the large majority of this tournament. YSL giving Omni a good run for their money. Same thing with Persona and Frogfin. But at the end of the day, these two teams are considered the best for a reason. Both have gone to Call of the Abyss as the representatives for our region. So to see them battle it out on the in the last match for the grand prize is going to be something fantastic. It really is, Chip.
Yep, going into this last match, man, it is going to be so exciting and so nerve-wracking to see what happens. We've already been getting, so excited from the FAFA match. I mean, I'm sure everyone here has seen the clip and, was watching that stream. I mean, you guys already saw how excited we were for that match. We're going to be seeing stuff like that in this finals match, but it's the finals. This is the match, the match. This is the determining match, and like everything is on the line. The stakes have never been higher. The stakes have never been so well cooked. So how do you like your steaks? Actually, I like my medium. What about you?
Well, I mean, I'm a vegetarian now, but when I did eat steak, I was a medium rare kind of guy, back in the day.
Respectable. So sorry to hear about your loss of being a vegetarian, but anyways, the stakes, everything that's gonna be on the line for both of these teams, I cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm on the same boat as you, Chip. I mean, again, this is the culmination. This is the thing that this entire tournament has led up to, everybody, is this final matchup here between once again, like I've said it, I've already said it, but I will say it one more time. Both these teams, absolute powerhouses when it comes to the NAEU competitive scene. Absolutely monstrous capabilities from both of them so it's gonna be a wonderful show off, and I can't wait to watch it all with you tomorrow. But with that being said, that is all we have for you guys tonight. Do you have any last words, Chip?
If I get fired, sign the petition to rehire me, because I'm really good at this. What about you, Yo7? Let me tell you guys, we are the duo. Am I right or am I right?
got a change.org petition just already ready to go. I knew that this would happen.
I was prepared for a scenario like this.
Oh my goodness, that's too good. But anyway, I'm actually gonna drop you guys off. Okay, if you want to keep the tournament action going here, make sure to stop by Zeez's stream. Alright, Zeez is also live right now. I'll drop you guys a link for it in the chat. Watching some IJL matches, so if you want to keep the tournament train going, that is a good place to go. But yeah. With that said, got nothing else for you here tonight, everybody. Make sure to join us tomorrow for the finals, where we find out which one of these teams is going to be taken down, or going to be taken home, rather. Taking it down from the podium, then taking it home. The grand prize of this tournament. I can't wait to see you all there.
Yep. Got nothing else for me. That's a wrap, folks. Hope you all had fun today. And yeah, be seeing you there in the finals.